Bills rookies reporting to training camp yesterday. We learned that defensive end Landon Jackson, the Bills' third-round pick out of Arkansas at defensive end, was placed on the PUP list, the physically unable to perform list, to start camp. However, he is expected to be ready either very early in training camp, if not right away, and he's got a week to get on the field. But Jackson, for now, on the PUP list. Not reported whether or not TJ Sanders was present and reported, as could be a lot of second-round picks in the NFL that end up holding out. The NL wins the All-Star game last night, the Major League Baseball All-Star game, in a home run swing-off. It was 6-6 after 9 innings. They went to a home run swing-off, and Kyle Schwarber hit 3 home runs, so the NL wins. Back to football, Sauce Gardner signs a 4-year, $120 million deal with the New York Jets. Jets locking up Gardner and Garrett Wilson in the last 2 days. Kansas City had until yesterday to sign an extension with their offensive lineman Trace Smith, who was on the franchise tag. They do come to an agreement. That's a 4-year, $94 million deal for Smith. In the WNBA, Caitlin Clark picked up an injury last night, had to leave the game late. And the WNBA All-Star game is this weekend, so it might seem unlikely that she is in that. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hey, everybody. What does it say that yesterday at Porch Rush at the Open Championship, Scotty Scheffler went on for 5 minutes, is the best golfer alive? And his general takeaway was like, I don't necessarily see the point of it. That's what he said.
What did he say?
He said he just doesn't see the point to golf.
What's that guy's problem?
To being great at golf.
He won the Masters, and now it's like there's nothing left to live for.
They have a problem. Well, they do. They have a golf problem. They golf all the time, and they've found that it does not bring happiness. It's just Scheffler is well, I shouldn't say that. He has family, other things. He's basically saying that, you win a tournament, you're happy for a few minutes.
He said we do it all for 2 minutes, basically.
A few minutes, he's happy. And there's, all right, what's for dinner? Where are we going? What are we going to do? So
that seems like a him problem. I think if I had won the Masters or the Open Championship, I think it would be a week-long party.
Well, mixed in there, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Mixed in there from Scheffler is basically the idea that, what is it? Expectation is the mother of disappointment. There's a line like that.
Okay.
You can only be disappointed if you expect something. And when you're the best in the world and you're expected to win every week week that you don't stinks. Meanwhile, if you're a guy like J.J. Spawn, you've been grinding forever.
Sure. Yeah.
That U.S. Open win lasts how long?
Oh, years.
Years.
It's
the greatest moment of your life.
Right.
Scheffler's supposed to win that, and then he doesn't.
It pays to be worse?
I think his point is it's tough to be the king. It's tough to be the guy that is expected to win every single week. He's the favorite this week. I mean, there's a point to be made here about the Bills, who are favorites every week this year.
But that's being the favorite, and then, well, I guess you're saying in the regular season.
And
being expected to win and then not winning is the Bills. Scheffler is expected to win, and then he does.
He does sometimes.
A lot.
Well, the Bills do, too.
Golf.
If you're going individual events, here's the Bills, favored to win every game. If they go 14-3,
okay,
those 3 times, our Mondays will be, what the heck is wrong with them?
Sure, but they haven't won a major yet.
Sure.
I guess.
And
Scheffler has.
He wins a lot of those. Or enough of those,
I guess he's only got 3.
Yeah, not that many.
2 Masters and then 1 PGA. Like you should feel like he's reached the pinnacle of the sport. I don't know. I kind of want to have not to say that I'm against these guys for feeling this way, but I think I want to have more appreciation for the Tiger Woodses of the world and the Kobes of the world that are obsessed with that. And that's not even that they look like they're enjoying it. They just look like they are going to rip you in half on their way to winning it.
Yeah.
And that doesn't seem like the vibe that I'm getting from Scheffler and Rory in this.
Well, I mean, I'm not here to psychoanalyze Tiger, but what Scheffler said yesterday, you might have plenty of people that think that Tiger thought the same thing. I mean, he was taken down by other vices. So was golf not enough? Was being the best in the world not enough? That's kind of what Scheffler is saying. Like, I have other things that fill my cup because golf ultimately doesn't. Anyway, that's all off of yesterday's bet. I don't know.
Yes. Was he he was Bob Barker in that Open, right? Jeremy was Bob Barker?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was the Bob Barker?
I guess.
Or was he Shooter McGavin? Big age gap in those two. Just saying.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of what happens. It's a pro-am that Happy Gilmore and Bob Barker are playing in.
Yep.
And Happy is
playing
upset
terrible.
that Barker is... No, Barker is upset that Happy is a joke.
Yeah, he's playing horrible.
So then he fights him.
Yes.
Yeah.
And wins.
Yeah.
And Bob Barker does win. You did win.
The way that Nolan Ryan once gave the business to Robin Ventura when he got charged on the mound. You might not remember that.
I remember that. Was he old, though, at that point?
Yes, he was old.
That was like late Nolan Ryan, late in his career?
And he just fed Robin Ventura some punches.
Okay.
It was nuts. So, yeah, anyway. Golf. We're on to some rain golf.
Yeah.
If you're playing out there today, it's going to be hot again. They've got a meteorologist on WBEN that he's in for Aaron this week, and he uses a phrase that I really like. It's that there's air you can wear. That it's so humid out there that today it's air you can wear. It's 87 degrees, and it's going to feel like air you can wear because it's so thick. And you'll get that today again. It's going to be real feel in the 90s. It's going to be stuffy, muggy, maybe hotter than it was yesterday.
I think you jinxed us when you said the words generational humidity event a few weeks ago because it's felt like that nonstop since that moment.
It's just ongoing.
It just has not ended.
Yeah.
But you say rain, and I'm like, please.
It'd be great.
That's a different version of, we needed this rain. That's not the plants getting watered, although maybe they need it too. It's just empty out the humidity in the air, please. And any bit of it, 10% of it, I'll take right here, right now. Because any outside, yesterday actually felt okay for a time, but I don't know, for the most part, for a couple weeks, it's been miserable. The dog has not been on many walks recently, I'll say.
Hasn't
some short ones.
Like been supposed to rain 5 times in the last week and just not rained? Thought yesterday was supposed to rain.
Humidity.
Here we are today again, supposed to rain. Like, we'll find out if they can actually get it done. Can the rain get the job done?
Yep.
Let's get a shouty show. Let's get Stephen A. Smith on how the rain's not here. It's not built for the fight.
80%. Your expectation would be that it's going to.
You better get it done, Rain. You better get it done. They're going to ask if you can do it.
That's like a 12-point favorite right there. 80%.
We are 1 week from Bill's training camp. A week from today, the first practice. It is Give 716 Day. We'll tell you about that along the way, of course, and all that goes on with 716 Day. Bills rookies reported yesterday. Not a lot of reporting on that from the media because it's not exactly the kind of thing that's open.
Right.
But we do know a little bit. We know that Landon Jackson is landed on the PUP list. It's not thought to be serious. That can be a thing where you just something about you can't take your physical because you tweaked your back. And it'll be fine in a day, and you'll take your physical, and you'll be fine. That's just like a guess. But Landon Jackson, the Bills' third-round picks on the PUP list. So, whatever. Not expected to be long-term. A week from today, they practice. We don't know about TJ Sanders. You tweeted it out about the defensive line, how, man, they made a lot of changes, and when they get to camp, it's a skeleton squad.
Right.
Who's available?
Who, right now, if they do not have to do this, and actually,
if they had to play a game right now?
If they had to play a game this morning, who plays on their defensive line? Because Joey Bosa, as far as we know right now, is still hurt. Calf strain.
We'll see. He's supposed to be ready for camp, so the next update comes on him next week.
Like some of these guys, this is why it's not really that big a deal, because I think a lot of these guys are right there. Like it's not that severe. But Bosa is hurt. Landon Jackson is hurt. And TJ Sanders is unsigned. We don't know what that means yet, but maybe he's unavailable. Larry Ogunjobi and Michael Hoyt are suspended. So you would be lining up today. Well, I guess you'd be lining up the exact same defensive line as you would have been last year, because those are just the new guys.
Yep.
The new guys are the ones that have had something going on. And again, the good news is I think for the most part, all 5 of those guys, it's a minor inconvenience. Like they all probably are at camp and practicing. Hoyt and Ogunjobi, of course, have to go back away when the regular season begins, but Jackson, I'm not that worried about. Sanders, I'm still not that worried about, even if he's not right away there at training camp. Bosa would be the one I'm worried about more than anybody. That's a calf injury for a guy that took maybe a month to heal, 2 months to heal, for a guy that we already know is prone to these injuries. Mm-hmm. So Bosa is the one. Jackson, I'm moderately okay with, and hopeful that he'll be fine at the beginning of camp.
Yep.
And for the start of the regular season, because these guys are going to have to play. The rookies. Sanders, Jackson, Deion Walker, you got guys that are suspended. They're probably not going to want to play Bosa a ton, right? So the rookies, I think, are going to be asked to play right away on this defensive line.
Is the defense going to be good? NFL.com's Gennaro Felice just posted a piece this morning predicting the NFL's top 10 defenses. Mm-hmm. Top 10. And then listed who he thought would be the top defenses. You might not be surprised to find Philadelphia there.
Yep.
Baltimore's near the top. New England is in the top 10. The Bills are.
Okay.
Yeah, the Bills are not. They are honorable mention, finger quotes, just missed. He lists a couple teams that just missed. They did not make the top 10. Pittsburgh's in the top 10. Minnesota's in the top 10.
Okay.
I didn't memorize all of them, but, click a link and look for the Bills. That's a game this time of year in ranking season.
Yeah. Can I cheat a little bit and say I expect them to be a top 10 defense because I think their schedule is kind of weak? That's not the number one reason, but it's part of it. Yeah. Remember that year 3 years ago? Was it 3 years ago? 2021? Was it 2021, 2022, where the Bills played no quarterbacks the whole year, and they finished number 2 in the league in defense? Mm-hmm. This year it's a little tougher because they do still play. They play Lamar Jackson. They play Jalen Hurts.
But we think they have 5 tough games.
How many offenses do they play that I'm really afraid they can't stop? Week 1,
Baltimore,
Kansas
City, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, and
the next team I'd get to is
Atlanta, Tampa,
and those are good those are good offenses, but not that imposing, not that intimidating.
Yeah.
So that's kind of it. And they play some bad ones. They play Tyler Shuck along the way, and that's going to be some sacks.
I can't wait for that game.
That's going to be Greg Rousseau gets 5 sacks and ends the year with 11, and we look back and that was a great year. And if someone goes out, he had 5 against Tyler Shuck.
What will the spread be?
Against New Orleans?
Right. We said that earlier in the week even. That game I can't even wait to consider what the spread will be. 20. It'll look like
20.
It'll look like Alabama against Troy.
Yeah.
In September 8th.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the spread's 35.5, guys.
Yeah. But that's kind of cheating the question a little bit. I do expect them to be around the end of a top 10 list by the end of the year. Who are the best 10 defenses in the league at the end of the year? I'm trusting the numbers on that Joe Marino tweeted out last week that they are going to be good at getting turnovers. I think they are going to be a lot better this year at forcing punts and getting stops than they were last season. And I think that adds up to they're going to be around, the 10th best defense in football, with maybe a little more upside than that if the defensive line truly is great, and Maxwell Hairston is ready to play right away, and Cole Bishop is ready to play right away. Those are my three big questions. Can Bishop play? Can Hairston play? And how much better is my defensive line? And if I get good answers on all three of those, then they could even be like a top 5 defense.
Yeah. Well, how much better do they have to be? Bishop has to replace DeMar Hamlin, who...
Right.
All right. Hairston has to replace Rasul Douglas, who's not on a team.
Right.
And your defensive line is... You don't need any one guy to be it. You added 30 people. They added so many defensive linemen. If you do a 53-man roster projection, once Ogunjobi comes back, I mean, a draft pick of the last 2 years is kind of phased out. Whether that's, Deion Walker, Dwayne Carter. I don't know who it would be. Javon Solomon. That's probably not the right answer. But, looking at Bill's 53-man roster projection, if they keep 5 defensive tackles, that's Oliver Jones, Sanders, Carter, Walker, and no Ogunjobi. So who does Ogunjobi push out? Is Deion Walker a practice squad guy?
Maybe.
Are the numbers getting different somewhere else?
Maybe Daquan Jones. I mean, he's older at this point and not the same player he was a couple of years ago. And maybe all of them still get some snaps, but whose big role, the starter role, even goes away? I mean, it could be him. It could be Walker could have the back injury flare up again.
Yeah.
For all we know. They gave themselves
a lot of options, though.
They gave themselves a lot of options, and they gave themselves a higher likelihood that they're going to get 2 guys that are going to really perform for them.
Yeah.
At least, the odds that all of these guys are going to come in and flame out. The rookies aren't ready to play, and Bosa's getting injured, and Ogunjobi is over the hill, and that's super unlikely. Even if you get a couple of guys like Walker, the back injury flares back up, and Bosa's injured, or Walker's healthy, but Landon Jackson really is, he was stiff, right, coming into the league, and it's, the Ben not being there is a bigger problem than we thought it was, but it's okay because I've got 4 other guys I added, and 2 or 3 of them, you're just playing a numbers game when you add that many people that I'm expecting a few of them are going to make them a better defensive line than they had been, which was bottom below average.
In getting to the quarterback, yes. They also got gashed in the run game occasionally, right? We know that.
So with those 2 things being said, I think it's fair to say they were below average. The bottom half of the league last year.
Yeah. As you say all that, I'm looking at the depth chart and looking at the projected 53-man roster. We're a week out. Somebody in the chat today pointed out already, the Bills are favored to win every game only because they're healthy. If they weren't healthy, that would change. Well, yeah, that's true of a lot of teams. You need your players. But as you laid all that out, it really kind of occurred to me how unbelievably important it is that Ed Oliver stays healthy. Right? Of all the players that could, other than Josh, that could get hurt, where it would be, season. Oliver's pretty high on the list. You just listed a bunch of maybes, a bunch of options. Listen, there's probably a lot of guys on the defensive line. Somebody's going to be good. Somebody's going to pop up. Somebody's going to fit right in. But right now, again, it's a little cheat to say if they had to play a game this morning.
Yeah.
It's Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones and Dwayne Carter. And if that's not Ed Oliver, who is definitely good.
Yeah.
He's good. And when he's great, he's great. No Oliver. I mean, who gets attention?
Yeah.
It's tough.
How often is he great?
He's great as often as most good defensive tackles are great, which is occasionally.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Him being, how many guys would I put above him on that sort of list? I can't afford to lose blank to injury. Ed Oliver, right. The point about if they play a game this morning in the beginning of the season, I think that is true. But as the season goes on, what are the odds that he is going to be irreplaceable?
Their best defensive lineman. What are the odds he's their best defensive lineman?
I don't know that he is that right. I don't even know if he's been that.
If he's not the favorite, he's the co-favorite.
What is he really?
Who are the other candidates that would be the Bills' best?
Greg Rousseau.
And then who else ahead of him?
Joey Bosa.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's a reach.
That's right.
We're guessing that guy can stay healthy.
I guess I'm just wondering.
Oliver gives you a floor, if I may.
Okay. Yes,
he gives you a decently high floor, and sometimes there's pop in there. But I mean, that group is. Mm-hmm. We thought they were going to get a big space eater. They kind of didn't, other than Walker. But that's not really the profile for him. Anyway,
they've got 6 guys at that position. I guess is what I'm saying. That makes me think that as the season goes on, if they lose Ed Oliver, they'll be built to withstand that. And again, like they're all maybes, but again, it's the volume play. I've got Daquan Jones, Larry Ogunjobi, TJ Sanders, Deion Walker, and Dwayne Carter. What are the odds that I'm getting 3 productive or usable defensive tackles out of that group? I feel like my odds are pretty good. And I guess for me, maybe I'm down on Ed Oliver. I just don't really consider him to be that great a player. I think he's okay. He's an okay defensive tackle. He's not elite at pass rushing. He's not elite at run defending. Like what? He's fine, but what does he really do for me? Does he get big sacks in big moments? Does he pile up pressure numbers? He's not super intimidating. He's not the guy out there when I'm trying to stop Derrick Henry, is he?
No.
So, like...
he's the one that sometimes they bait into stuff.
A little bit.
He was a part of a team that, well, whatever. Did they bottle up Henry in that playoff game to a degree?
A little bit, but he also...
Much better than they did the game before.
He doesn't get... It's more of the defense overall. It's McDermott that kind of gets this, but he's one of my guys that doesn't really come through in these big playoff games.
You know what you're talking about here?
Invisible.
I feel like you're saying it without saying it. The end of your sentence is like a 9th overall pick should.
Yes.
Right?
Exactly.
Everything you're saying is he doesn't do what a 9th overall pick should.
That's right. He's had one big year maybe like that, and I don't want to just go by the sacks, but that would have been 2023 where he had 9.5.
Yeah.
But the guy
good.
picked 9 overall, being an undersized defensive tackle, 6'1", 287. Sure, he should get to the quarterback more than he does. He should be somebody that I'm thinking about when they go play Kansas City or Baltimore or Cincinnati in a big playoff game, and I don't think about him at all, and then I don't notice him.
Yeah, you're never...
Can you think of one moment of him in a playoff game? He's been here. Ed Oliver has been here now. He was here in the Houston playoff game. Mm-hmm. He's been here a long time. It is 6 years with the Buffalo Bills. Can you name one moment in a playoff game? He was a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not saying he's a bad player. I don't think he's a bad player. But I do not think he is great by any means. He's also kind of paid like he's not great. Maybe he's paid like he's good.
They extended him, and I think it was a little surprising. He then had his best season.
$17 million per year.
That's not paid like you're great. That's paid like you're
defensive tackle,
a starter and really good, right?
He just wouldn't be high on that list for me. I would put Allen, obviously, is number 1. I would put Deion Dawkins on that list before I'd put him. I would put Spencer Brown on that list before I would put him. I would probably put Terrell Bernard on that list before I would put him. I would probably...
Man, there's one spot the Bills have been pretty good. Well, I don't want to say that because the A.J. Klein game did happen.
Yeah.
So they've been pretty good at when a guy gets hurt, the linebackers are okay.
Sure.
But
I'm an injury away.
Maybe not.
Joe Andreessen is right now my backup middle linebacker.
Yeah.
Whereas if Oliver goes out, I'm just rotating other guys that are already rotating just a little bit more.
True.
That's part of it for me. It's the position he plays is rotational, and they have a lot of guys. Whereas if I lose Terrell Bernard, I'm crossing my fingers that Joe Andreessen is going to be able to play defense in the NFL. And there would be other guys like that too.
803-0550, our number. A week from today, we're at training camp. We'll be live at St. John Fisher, chatting with you from the pavilion there as the team heads out for its first practice. It's a week from today.
Who will be the first guy on the auxiliary field?
Me.
Why don't
we just do it?
We just do some jogging out there?
Let's just go jog.
Bring a football, run some routes?
Sometimes we do get that, where there's a player rehabbing an injury, and they're out there at 5 a.m. running up and down on the turf field.
Who's that? Who's rehabbing an injury right now? Maybe Bosa?
Bosa might be a guy that's out there. Like if Bosa misses... Linemen? A week from today, if Bosa's not out there for the first practice, whatever. Like, honestly, it's not a drought-era Bills team that needs him to make the playoffs, so if he misses early camp, we're going to say, okay, whatever you got to do, be ready for January. Anyway, that's a week from today. 6 days from today, we get the Bills' new helmet, and
yes,
there's another team introducing apparently a new uniform setup on the 22nd. The Saints teased that it's not just a new white helmet, that there's something else coming. So on the 22nd, when the Bills drop their new helmets, the Saints have something coming. Yesterday was the Chargers and the Bucks. Is the NFL getting a little loose here? Deciding to say, you know what, let's wear a lot of stuff.
I hope so.
Because all of a sudden, we got alternate helmets, we've got a rivalry series, we've got the Bills adding a new helmet, maybe to be a commemorative season at Highmark. Mm-hmm. Maybe everyone's going to loosen it up.
The rivalry series to me is more of that than anything.
Yeah.
That they are doing something that could be seen as brand new. I guess the thing that I am becoming more and more annoyed with, and I like throwbacks. It's often rare. It's rare for me to see a throwback that I do not like. But nobody is trying anything brand new.
No, not at all. That's right. And the rivalry series is going to be brand new.
It's going to be brand new, and I'm hopeful that Nike is going to push that mindset on teams more and more, because they do that in other sports. They do that in baseball. They do that in basketball. They do that in soccer. But in the NFL, when I don't get brand new logo or uniform, other than last year Houston did it.
That's right.
With the H-Town.
H-Town.
Like, Houston did it last year, but that is the only time recently I can think of it happening.
Did I tell you I came to learn a couple of... I forget who it was. Somebody told me just to think of a thing about the rivalries uniforms. It was something along the lines of, like, for Miami, think of somewhere in there will be a tribute to the rays of the sun. Like, okay. Because it's what's Miami? What's their identity? Sun, beach. Could their uniform have some element of it? Their helmet has a sun on it. Yeah. So it's kind of like you take a smaller element of something that the team, the area is known for, and think rays of the sun for Miami. Like, all right, well, we'll see how that goes.
They couldn't do like a Miami Vice throwback, or not throwback.
I feel like that would be flat out ripping off the Heat, who actually wear Miami Vice uniforms.
That's probably true. The Marlins maybe also did that.
803-0550 is our phone number. You can give us a call if you want to. It is Give 716 Day. If you've taken part in that, that's great. If not, well, you can. You still can. There's a lot going on Give 716 Day. So throughout the day today, Give 716 Day. This is the 5th annual, and raising as much money for local charities as possible. It started last night, and it goes till midnight today, because it is 716 Day. Over 550 charities are participating. Fans encouraged to make a donation of any amount to their favorite charity or charities. Go to give716.org today, all day today, right up to midnight. If you want to do that, there are opportunities for matches where in a certain hour, you know, if you raise $25,000, there's a $25,000 match. Sometimes there's gifts, hats, things to get. And the first 100 donors of $716 or more get a jersey autographed by a Bills player. That was last night. So that sold out. That's the kind of stuff you can look for at give716.org. They've got stuff coming up today. So matching donations in the 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock hour, prizes and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Today, here you go. Here's one. A Bills or Sabres branded Azuna Fresh starter kit for the first 100 owners of $71.60 or more. Bills preseason tickets coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. A Bandits signed lacrosse ball in the 10 o'clock hour. Bills signed mini helmet. Mm-hmm. So lots and lots of good stuff here. Bison tickets, gift cards.
I believe there's a Sabres goat head signed jersey along the way today, too, at some point. That's in the 11 o'clock hour, I believe.
All right. Well, good. Good. Give716.org for that. You can check out the website and take advantage of that. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550, 1 week till camp. And, I did not anticipate talking about Ed Oliver in the first segment. We found our way there.
I mean, we rarely do. I mean, right. He's the least talked about top 10 pick the Bills have ever had, maybe.
Ooh, that's a good one. The least talked about.
When's the last time his name, I don't know if his name's come up since November.
The other top 10 picks in my time, like Mike Williams, Spiller. Darius.
Yep. They were all talked about.
For 17 years.
For sometimes not the best
For 17 years of being real bad, they didn't pick in the top 10 as much as they probably should have.
No.
Too many 13s
Whitner
and 12s
was top 10.
Whitner was the top 10 pick. That's right. 803-0550 to join us here on WGR. It got me all the way to this, Joe, which is, I don't want to say this and be viewed as like, oh, you're just doomsday scenarioing things. Like, that's not it. What it is for me is accepting where they live. I always say they live in the pressure. Mm-hmm. And a way that I thought to say it that I haven't thought about it before is, if they fail to deliver a Super Bowl in the Josh Allen era, that kind of becomes the identity of the franchise.
If they go Allen's career without winning?
Yeah.
Oh,
It becomes the identity. The way that 4 Super Bowl losses was the franchise's kind of identity to non-Bills fans or even to Bills fans for a long time.
Yep.
And that might have faded by now. We kind of had this conversation. The people that lived through it still remember it. But now if you were to say to an NFL fan, hey, what do you think of the Buffalo Bills? Their first thought's going to be about how good they are right now and how Josh Allen's amazing. The franchise identity is what they are right now.
Yeah.
And that is not true of every team. Some teams are thought of for, like the Jets. What are the Jets? Historically hilarious franchise. Never does anything. They never do anything well at all. You got Dolphins fans who would like to say their franchise identity might be a perfect season. The Patriots, what is their identity? It's the dynasty that they had with Belichick and Brady. What you're remembered for versus what you are in the moment. And there is so much that they have to finish this job. They have to get it over the line. And when I say that, I don't mean to put out like negative vibes because I really think that Brandon Beane will kind of feel all that. And while this offseason we did not see them land a big whale and there was not this big, huge signature move, what he did the last 2 off seasons was kind of eat your vegetables, do the roster building in the proper way so that Josh Allen's window 2.0, which I think we would all kind of say like this is window 2.0, there will be somewhere that move. If they're not getting there, that move will come. Mm-hmm. I don't think they have to be desperate, but I think they have to be aware. But as you laid all that out, it really kind of occurred to me how unbelievably important it is that Ed Oliver stays healthy. Right? Of all the players that could, other than Josh, that could get hurt, where it would be, season. Oliver's pretty high on the list. You just listed a bunch of maybes, a bunch of options. Like, listen, there's probably a lot of guys on the defensive line. Somebody's going to be good. Somebody's going to pop up. Somebody's going to fit right in. But right now, again, it's a little cheat to say if they had to play a game this morning, it's Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones and Dwayne Carter. And if that's not Ed Oliver, who is definitely good, like he's good, and when he's great, he's great. No Oliver, I mean, who gets attention?
Yeah.
It's tough.
How often is he great?
He's great as often as most good defensive tackles are great, which is occasionally.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like him being, how many guys would I put above him on that sort of list? Like I can't afford to lose blank to injury. Ed Oliver, you're right. The point about if they play a game this morning in the beginning of the season, I think that is true. But as the season goes on, what are the odds that he is going to be irreplaceable?
Their best defensive lineman. What are the odds he's their best defensive lineman?
I don't know that he is that right. I don't even know if he's been that.
If he's not the favorite, he's the co-favorite.
What is he really?
Who are the other candidates that would be the Bills' best?
Greg Rousseau.
And then who else ahead of him?
Joey Bosa.
Oh, okay, I mean that's a reach.
That's right.
We're guessing that guy can stay healthy.
I guess I'm just wondering.
Like Oliver gives you a floor, if I may.
Okay. Yes,
he gives you a decently high floor, and sometimes there's pop in there. But I mean that group is. Mm-hmm. We thought they were going to get a big space eater. They kind of didn't, other than Walker. But that's not really the profile for him. Anyway.
They've got 6 guys at that position, I guess is what I'm saying, that makes me think that as the season goes on, if they lose Ed Oliver, they'll be built to withstand that. Week until training camp for the Bills. Rookies reporting yesterday. 3rd-round rookie out of Arkansas, Landon Jackson, placed on the PUP list. He, though, is expected to be ready either very early in training camp, if not right away. Sauce Gardner, Jets corner, signs for 4 years, $120 million, just over Derek Stingley as highest-paid corner in football. That is the second big extension the Jets have done in 2 days, said Garrett Wilson on Monday. Kansas City signs offensive lineman Trey Smith to a 4-year, $94 million deal. The NL wins the MLB All-Star Game, took a home run swing-off, which is what they went to after it was tied 6-6 after 9 innings. It's Give 716 Day. You can donate at give716.org. There'll be different giveaways throughout the day, and $540,000 raised so far. Again, you can go to Give 716 right now, hit the Donate Now button, and we'll have you updated on different giveaways throughout the day. 7 o'clock, the first power hour of today. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Doesn't it look right, Aaron? We got everybody in the home. We got in our own uniforms here, right?
It's so good, isn't it? It's so good. Thank you, baseball, for fixing that little snafu we had there for a few years.
So good.
Players wore their own jerseys last night. It was settled on a home run derby, a swing off. I mean, baseball did all right last night in the All-Star game, I guess.
It also was only the second time in 13 years that the NL's won. Which is weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not really?
I don't know.
Coincidence?
The NL was favored. The Sharps knew.
Oh, were they?
The Sharps knew. I don't know. National League wins. Kyle Schwarber 3 for 3 in a swing-off. It's pretty cool.
Is the baseball All-Star Game the only one that doesn't get the how do we fix the blank All-Star Game treatment?
I think so, because the baseball All-Star Game, what do you get? You get Paul Skeens trying to mow down the other side.
Right.
And he pitches an inning or whatever. These stars go out there and pitch an inning. And
Kershaw, there was like 2 batters right before he walked off to a standing ovation.
Yeah, so I think the baseball All-Star Game you have, it really is what All-Star competitions are supposed to be. Whereas, in the NHL or NBA, it's here comes McDavid, and a goalie might jokingly try to make a save. Like, whoa, okay. You're not in there for the grind where, baseball's a series of, especially pitcher-batter, one-on-one matchups. Like, all right, yeah, I'm going to try to hit this guy's stuff. And here's Skeens, trying to hit 104 on the gun last night. So,
yep.
I think baseball has a pretty good All-Star game. When baseballs was thought to be broken, are you old enough for this? Are you old enough to remember when the tie happened in Milwaukee and they just called the game?
No.
Okay, is that like 2001? When is that? It's in Milwaukee.
They just said it's a draw?
Yeah,
and they left it at that?
They just ended the game. They called it.
Okay, so that must be then before they had the rule of the winner would get home field in the World Series?
That's what made that change.
Oh,
Baseball's All-Star Game had
gone... It was 2002. Okay, 7-7 in Milwaukee.
It's extra innings in Milwaukee, and it's the All-Star Game, and you're running out of players, and Bud Selig in the game's like, folks, it's over.
Bud Selig did?
It was there.
The commissioner went down and said this is over?
Pretty much. They just ended the game.
On.
They ended the game. Imagine you're at an All-Star game. It's tied, and they just walk out and say, like, that's it. We're fine.
Yeah.
We're good here. And after that, a big, huge blowback to this is broken. What can we do? And then they made home field in the World Series tied to who won the All-Star game.
Right.
Which... You want a July 16th topic? What's the worst idea in the history of sports that actually got put into play?
Are you saying it's that?
You want to try and beat it?
It was that bad?
Home field advantage in the World Series went to the winner of the All-Star game. It's every time I say it, I kind of can't believe we lived through a time where it happened.
It's a long time, too, wasn't it?
It was a long time.
Like that just got written. Was it only a couple years ago that they stopped that?
It was a long time, and not only was it a long time, Fox, which had the All-Star game, I can still crystal clear remember this time it counts. Trying to talk about how the All-Star game was so important because big one here. Who's going to get home field in the World Series? I just want to keep saying it. What's a worse idea in the history of sports that's been implemented? I have a short answer for that. It's the offside challenge in the NHL, of course. But there aren't that many. Should we do this? Yeah, let's do that. Reviewing pass interference in the NFL was pretty high on the list. Worst ideas. It lasted a year.
How many times, though, did it ever end up mattering to where people were mad because retroactively you looked back and said, this team won in Game 7 only because they had home field because of the All-Star game
Well,
of the World Series?
That kind of never happened because we all just, in July,
We forgot.
found out who was going to host Game 7 potentially.
Yeah.
And before that, I don't know if they were alternating or if they were doing best record, but... Man,
Like, if there was a year where one team was so much better than the other one that had made it, but the team with the worst. Remember when the Nationals made the World Series and like their record wasn't that good in the regular season? They win it, but did they have home field?
Somebody out there is going to remember that. I don't.
Maybe it did happen.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean the AL won 10 in a row or whatever it was. They won a lot.
Right.
So home field advantage in the World Series was consistently going to the American League during that time. But I think it was the American League, whatever. Anyway, that happened. That happened.
I can't believe it passed. Like whoever mentioned it for the first time, and all the owners like, oh, it's a great idea.
It's not that consequential, as you
because most teams don't have to deal with it.
Right. It's going to come down to two teams, and I think the previous was they just alternate.
Yeah.
So I'm not even sure. I might have in 2002 supported the idea because it's the baseball All-Star game. They're trying anything they can to get people to care about it. But you're right.
It happened 5 times. It happened 5 times that they went to Game 7.
Okay, so 5 times the location of that game was determined by the Major League Baseball by the All-Star game result.
Yep. Yes, that's right.
Kind of nuts. Jerry and Kenmore. Hey, Jerry, good morning.
You know what's funny is you're talking about there's a lot of controversy about Jacob Mizorowski making the team. They want people to watch the All-Star game. Do you think more people watch it because Jacob Mizorowski, this 22-year-old phenom out of Milwaukee, was there, or some veteran who had been in the league 8 years and deserved to play in an All-Star game? It's the league. Why do leagues not do what fans want them to do on certain things? Like the NHL, it's 3-2-1. It's the way the brackets are set up in the playoff. Home whites. Last night, they wore the right uniforms for the first time, and I can't remember how long. You're trying to sell a brand and recognize players. Well, nothing recognizes players more than their real uniform that they have on.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The All-Star game is just better played. Why are leagues so reluctant to do what the fans want them to do?
It's a good question. I kind of forgot. The whites at home in the NHL might end up actually happening.
The answer to
soon.
that is the same. We've always had the explanation for why they made that switch in the NHL, if I'm not mistaken on that. It's the same as when we're trying to figure out these Bills rivalries jerseys and what they're going to do with these new jerseys. I told you they're going to have color because color sells. Why did the NHL shift to home whites not happening and road whites? Because to sell your jersey, they want your team to wear your color. So when you go to a game, your team wears blue. Go buy blue. People buy blue jerseys more than they buy white jerseys. People buy red jerseys more than they buy. Like, think about of all the jerseys you've ever seen, Bills, Sabres.
Yeah.
What percentage would you estimate are the colored ones instead of the white ones? 90? 80%?
Like the ones they've ever had?
I'm saying if you go to
the ones that have been sold?
If 20,000 sports fans were asked to go downtown today in jerseys that they own, what percentage of them are colored rather than white?
It's probably it's the majority.
The large
majority. 75%.
75 is maybe conservative. Colored jerseys sell more than white jerseys sell.
Like, I will admit personally, I'm going to be in that minority because of the jerseys I own, most of them are white. Like, the only Bills jersey I own right now is a white 60s throwback Fred Jackson jersey. I have 3 Sabre jerseys, and they are all white.
Throwbacks
I have a Team
count.
USA jersey that's a white jersey. I have the red Affinaganoff jersey.
Yeah.
I have the black Affinaganoff jersey. All right, so I have 2 colored jerseys.
Yeah.
But that's probably in the minority.
I don't know if it's something in each person or if it's just I'm afraid I'm going to spill ketchup on my jersey.
There's that too.
Because I don't wear white clothing because of kids. Like, right now, if I wear anything white, it's going to be destroyed in 5 minutes.
The Bills I saw, maybe this is because of the farewell season, they came out with a line of throwback stuff that I saw. And the jerseys they're selling are the white. Like, they're I think of them as the Super Bowl 25 uniforms.
Oh, yeah.
It's Jim, Bruce, and Thurman. And I saw those, and I'm like, those look clean. They look really good.
Oh, he did it. He did the thing.
What?
You have to say it when a jersey comes out. You got to say it's clean.
Oh, yeah.
This is a jersey.
This isn't coming out, though.
This is a jersey from 1990, and in 2025, look at you. That's so clean.
It really is, though.
This jersey's so clean.
Well, because how many times do you see a 90s throwback jersey? This is your point. Anytime you see somebody wearing a 90s throwback jersey at a Bills game, isn't it always the colored one? It's always the colored one.
That might be right.
Like, you'll see like a Josh Allen white jersey sometimes, but if it's a Thurman Thomas jersey or a Jim Kelly jersey, it is never white. And now they're selling them.
803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-552-550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. It is Give 716 Day. You can go to give716.org to see what the hourly bonuses are, what's going on with that. Today, it's Trusted Talent giving 5 $1,000 grants as people make their donations as well. And at 8 o'clock, the first 100 owners get tickets to Bills preseason games, $117.60. You get Bills preseason tickets, and that's sponsored by Wegmans. So that starts at 7 o'clock this morning as part of Give 716 Day. You can give us a ring, 803-0550. A home run derby settles baseball last night, and people liked it. Feels like people are ready to take the baseball all-star game, for the fun that it might be, which is a good sign. Give us a ring here on WGR. Is the defense going to be good? NFL.com's Gennaro Felice just posted a piece this morning predicting the NFL's top 10 defenses. Mm-hmm. Top 10. And then listed who he thought would be the top defenses. You might not be surprised to find Philadelphia there.
Yep.
Baltimore's near the top. New England is in the top 10. The Bills are.
Okay.
Yeah, the Bills are not. They are honorable mention, finger quotes, like just missed. He lists a couple teams that just missed. They did not make the top 10. Pittsburgh's in the top 10. Minnesota's in the top 10.
Okay.
I didn't memorize all of them, but, click a link and look for the Bills. That's a game this time of year in ranking season.
Yeah. Can I cheat a little bit and say I expect them to be a top 10 defense because I think their schedule is kind of weak? That's not the number one reason, but it's part of it.
Yeah.
Remember that year 3 years ago? Was it 3 years ago? Like 2021? Was it 2021, 2022, where the Bills played no quarterbacks the whole year, and they finished like number 2 in the league in defense? Mm-hmm. Like, this year, it's a little tougher because they do still play. They play Lamar Jackson. They play Jalen Hurts.
But we think they have 5 tough games.
How many offenses do they play that I'm really afraid they can't stop? Week 1,
Baltimore,
Kansas
City, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, and
the next team I'd get to is like
Atlanta, Tampa,
and those are good those are good offenses, but like not that imposing, not that intimidating.
Yeah.
So that's kind of it. And they play some bad ones. They play Tyler Shuck along the way.
Bills rookies reported yesterday. Not a lot of reporting on that from the media because it's not exactly the kind of thing that's open.
Right.
But we do know a little bit. We know that Landon Jackson is landed on the PUP list. Mm-hmm. It's not thought to be serious. That can be a thing where you just something about you can't take your physical because you tweaked your back. And it'll be fine in a day, and you'll take your physical, and you'll be fine. Mm-hmm. That's just like a guess. But Landon Jackson, the Bills' third-round picks on the PUP list. So, whatever. Not expected to be long-term. A week from today, they practice. We don't know about TJ Sanders. You tweeted it out about the defensive line, how, man, they made a lot of changes, and when they get to camp, it's a skeleton squad.
Right.
Who's available?
Who, like, right now, if they do not have to do this, and actually,
If they had to play a game right now?
If they had to play a game this morning, who plays on their defensive line? Because Joey Bosa, as far as we know right now, is still hurt. Calf strain.
We'll see. He's supposed to be ready for camp, so the next update comes on him next week.
Like, some of these guys, this is why it's not really that big a deal, because I think a lot of these guys are right there. Like, it's not that severe. But Bosa is hurt. Landon Jackson is hurt. And TJ Sanders is unsigned. We don't know what that means yet, but maybe he's unavailable. Larry Ogunjobi and Michael Hoyt are suspended. So you would be lining up today. Well, I guess you'd be lining up the exact same defensive line as you would have been last year, because those are just the new guys.
Yep.
The new guys are the ones that have had something going on. And again, the good news is, I think for the most part, all 5 of those guys, it's a minor inconvenience. Like, they all probably are at camp and practicing. Hoyt and Ogunjobi, of course, have to go back away when the regular season begins, but Jackson, I'm not that worried about. Sanders, I'm still not that worried about, even if he's not right away there at training camp. Bosa would be the one I'm worried about more than anybody. That's a calf injury for a guy that took maybe a month to heal, 2 months to heal, for a guy that we already know is prone to these injuries. Mm-hmm. So Bosa is the one. Jackson, I'm moderately okay with.
July 16th. I've had a lot of people say to me that they think the start of camp means summer is starting to end. And I don't...
Starting to end?
Yeah, I don't feel that anymore.
No, I don't get that.
I don't feel that. I feel like camp is part of summer. My benchmark for summer is starting to end is the Erie County Fair. That, to me, is the start of, all right, here's the wind down.
Okay.
Which, by the way, is,
Yeah, when's that? That's the end of August?
I did just see some Doc Dogs highlights. It's August 6th to 17th.
Okay.
So, August 17th, we're 2 weeks away from, football starts soon.
I don't start thinking about it as being the end of summer until the week of the first Bills game.
Yeah.
The build up to the first Bills game is the first time I feel like, this is the end here. Even preseason. August, because if you're saying camp is the beginning of the end of summer, then what is the whole month of August to you?
Well,
not summer?
It's summer's wind down. It's the fourth quarter.
Summer's only 2.5 months in the first place.
It's the fourth quarter.
Here. That's okay. Yeah. Maybe. Third quarter, fourth quarter.
Yep. 803-0550. Butch on the east side is going to join us. Hey, Butch, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I love MSG. I love WGR. And for the fans who listen and watch sports, definitely love you. I love you guys, man. I just want to get right to it. I just really believe this is a special year for the Buffalo Bills. We're really deep. And Jeremy, Joe, you guys know this personally. This is me personally. I really believe, it's been a long time as our roster been this thick and with talent, in the years. And I really believe it's going to be a cosmetic-type surgery. When I say that is, on that defensive line, you got A.J. Epineza, that, it's like a put-up-a-shut-up type year. You got Solomon. You got a lot of people. I'm not even going to talk about Bosa and the rest of these guys, but I really believe that you're going to have to be very, very cosmetic. You might have to put players on IR on the PUP that might not be that serious, but you have to put them on there so they can get the mental reps in training camp and maybe during the preseason, and then carry them along and put them on IR during the regular season just to hide them, per se. And then at the same time, then during the course of the year, maybe like an A.J. Epineza, I'm really going to use him a lot. is because maybe by the trade deadline you might have to move him, then you can bring somebody back off. I'm not saying that Jackson is really not injured. I'm not saying that, but I'm just looking at it like a walker. Based like Joe, like you guys are speaking about his back and things of that nature. I just really believe that this is going to be a special year that the Buffalo Bills, Brandon Beane, and that office is going to have to be doing some cosmetic type surgery to try to hide some of this talent instead of cutting them on cut deadline or letting other teams get them. So don't be surprised during training camp and during the preseason games that you start seeing players being on IR or they come up gimpy or something like that. They hurt the ankle or something of that nature. Don't be surprised. But anyway, thanks for taking my call. I love you guys. Great show as always. You two guys are superstars and keep rolling.
Oh, thanks, Butch.
Thanks, Butch.
Talking about like a numbers crunch there, basically.
I mean, really though, like their strength of their team being their depth would make you think that they are more able to withstand any injuries than the average team. It has to be their strength because their strength isn't that they're surrounding Josh Allen with all these all-pros all over the place. It's they have a lot of good players. So, sure, like that could be the defensive line. I don't know about Epinesa. You mentioned Solomon. I saw that Sam Monson or Steve Palazzolo, one of the two, picked them as their breakout player of the year for the Bills. He last year, pass rush win rate, he was third on the team behind only Vaughn and Rousseau. Like, you mentioned Epinesa. Epinesa, 5.5%. Solomon, 11.6%. So, I feel like I know what Epinesa is at this point. Maybe Solomon is something more. And he's 7th on the depth chart. Like, he's a position that probably doesn't even play if there isn't an injury.
803-0550. Thanks, Butch. 1-888-550-2550. Give716.org to go to the website for Give 716 Day. Happy 716 Day as well. July 16th here on WGR. And, everywhere. It's really July 16th most places. Maybe not Australia. Might be the 17th by now.
Is that right?
Yeah,
they're
ahead.
already be the 17th?
They're a day ahead, yeah. It turns a day earlier.
But this is 18 hours ahead?
Maybe.
They're 18 hours ahead? I know they're ahead by a lot.
Sometimes it's 14. I think it goes from like 14 to 13, depending on the daylight savings time. Might not be the 17th yet, but it's getting there.
Right now in Sydney, Australia, it's 9 p.m.
Okay, so in 3 hours, it'll be 17th.
That's further ahead than even I thought it was, yeah.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. But as you laid all that out, it really kind of occurred to me how unbelievably important it is that Ed Oliver stays healthy. Right? Of all the players that could, other than Josh, that could get hurt, where it would be, season. Oliver's pretty high on the list. You just listed a bunch of maybes, a bunch of options. Like, listen, there's probably a lot of guys on the defensive line. Somebody's going to be good. Somebody's going to pop up. Somebody's going to fit right in. But right now, again, it's a little cheat to say if they had to play a game this morning, it's Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones and Dwayne Carter. And if that's not Ed Oliver, who is definitely good, like he's good, and when he's great, he's great. No Oliver, I mean, who gets attention?
Yeah,
it's tough.
How often is he great?
He's great as often as most good defensive tackles are great, which is occasionally.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, him being, how many guys would I put above him on that sort of list? Like, I can't afford to lose blank to injury. Ed Oliver, like, you're like, right, the point about if they play a game this morning in the beginning of the season, I think that is true. But as the season goes on, what are the odds that he is going to be irreplaceable?
Their best defensive lineman. What are the odds he's their best defensive lineman?
I don't know that he is that right. I don't even know if he's been that.
If he's not the favorite, he's the co-favorite.
What is he really?
Who are the other candidates that would be the Bills' best?
Greg Rousseau.
And then who else ahead of him?
Joey Bosa.
Oh, okay, I mean that's a reach.
That's right.
We're guessing that guy can stay healthy.
I guess I'm just wondering.
Like Oliver gives you a floor, if I may.
Okay. Yes,
he gives you a decently high floor, and sometimes there's pop in there. But, I mean, that group is we thought they were going to get a big space eater. They kind of didn't, other than Walker. but that's not really the profile for him. Anyway.
They've got 6 guys at that position, I guess is what I'm saying, that makes me think that as the season goes on, if they lose Ed Oliver, they'll be built to withstand that. I'm optimistic about, a couple of these individuals, but their offseason consisted of the biggest guy they brought in was a defenseman who played on Utah's third pair last year. They brought in the Red Wings backup goaltender, and they brought in a fourth liner from Columbus. And the Penguins number 6 defenseman. That's their offseason. By the way, every one of those teams, look at the teams they brought guys in from that were not playing important roles. Kesselring, third pair defenseman in Utah. Lyon, backup goalie in Detroit. Timmins, 6th defenseman in Pittsburgh. None of these teams were good. They brought depth role players off teams that weren't even good from last year. And that's going to make them better. They got rid of a guy that was playing an important role off a team that wasn't very good in Peterka. So I wouldn't make the case that they're better unless Kesselring is way better than he was with the Mammoth. Or, again, here we are kind of waiting probably for young guys to save the day. Right? Owen Power, please become an elite defenseman. Elite defenseman. Norris conversation, maybe defenseman. I don't know if he can even do that with, being a second pair guy and second power play minutes, but whatever. That caliber of player. Or Benson become a 70-point guy. That's somebody catch lightning in a bottle. Because the moves that they make, I just think it's, tinkering. It's tinkering moves.
It's tinkering.
It's stuff that can make you marginally better, but is it something that's going to make you make up a 15-point gap between what you were in the playoffs? Because that would be incredible to me if Michael Kesselring, Alex Lyon, and Josh Doan, who again I kind of all like to some degree, it would be incredible, though, if they were the catalyst to being a 75-point team versus being a 90-point team.
And a 90-point team often is, not enough.
It's not right. That's just in the race.
Right. Well, tinkering, is it very much like what they did with their coaching staff, which was change out the strength and conditioning coach? And what they do with GM, they tinkered. They added some pieces around the guy that was there.
It's Give 716 Day. You can donate at give716.org. It's the Trusted Talent Power Hour. You can read more about the details on the website. And you can donate now. They're about $600,000 in on total raised. The Bills rookies reported to training camp yesterday, and Landon Jackson, the third-round defensive end out of Arkansas, landed on the physically unable to perform list. He, though, is expected to be fine either by the start of training camp or pretty quickly after that. No word on whether TJ Sanders was there or not. There's holdouts in the league with second-round rookies. Not sure if Sanders was one of them. Elsewhere around the NFL, Garrett Wilson signed with the Jets on Monday to a long-term deal. Sauce Gardner signing for 4 years, $120 million yesterday. Kansas City signs offensive lineman Trey Smith. That was the deadline. He was franchise tagged. They had to work out a deal by yesterday, and they do. 4 years, $94 million for Smith and the Chiefs. The NL wins the MLB All-Star Game, took a home run swing-off. It was 6-6 after 9 innings. And in the WNBA, Caitlin Clark picked up an injury late last night in a win for the Fever. The WNBA All-Star Game is this weekend, and Clark might not play in that at this point. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Is it great to be able to win tournaments and to accomplish the things I have in the game of golf? Yeah. I mean, it brings tears to my eyes just to think about, because it's literally worked my entire life to become good at this sport, and to have that kind of sense of accomplishment, I think, is a pretty cool feeling. You know, to get to live out your dreams is very special. But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm not out here to inspire the next generation of golfers. I'm not here to inspire somebody else to be the best player in the world, because what's the point? You know, this is not a fulfilling life. It's fulfilling from the sense of accomplishment, but it's not fulfilling from a sense of like the deepest places of your heart. You know, there's a lot of people that make it to what they thought was going to fulfill them in life, and then you get there and all of a sudden you get to number one in the world, and then they're like, what's the point?
On some level, that openness from Scotty Scheffler is amazing. On the other, I mean, part of me feels like, Scotty, do you know the deepest parts of my heart, what I would feel if I could just hit like a bunch of fairways?
Yeah.
I would just feel such joy in my actual heart to be able to get the golf ball to do things I want it to do.
Yeah. Isn't this guy also the guy that cried on the podium at the Olympics last year when he won? So he cares about some things.
Maybe.
Golf
Schauffele.
I think he was tearing up.
Schauffele said he doesn't know where his medal is. His gold medal.
Really?
He doesn't know where it is.
That's a problem.
He doesn't care.
He should.
He's talking about it.
He shouldn't. Oh, because he doesn't care?
He kind of doesn't care. He said.
Not because he misplaced it.
He said, he was telling a story yesterday at the Open where Xander Schauffele, where he's won majors, and he said his wife put up a picture of him winning a tournament, and he thought, I hate that. I don't want that. He'd rather have a picture of his dog in the gym. He kind of says, I don't need the trophies. I don't need anything. I won the tournament. That's great. You gave me a thing for it. It doesn't really mean anything to me. What am I going to do? Walk into a room of my own trophies and look at them? He said that's just kind of the way that he was, whatever. He grew up, or he just doesn't care about that stuff.
What's going on with all these guys? Come on. Do it. What do you think Tommy Fleetwood is thinking hearing all this right now? The guy who's never won a tournament.
I think
he's desperately trying to.
Well, he might wish he won some tournaments, but it's not that winning doesn't matter. He's saying, I don't care about the actual item you gave me.
I see. Okay, yeah.
Here's a medal. Great.
Right.
What do should I wear it?
Cares more about the fact that he won. He can walk around saying, I won a gold medal, rather than actually.
And he doesn't even need to say it.
Because what do you do? You're not going to wear the.
On the flip side is Tom Brady, who wears 10 rings to a photo shoot. Different strokes for different folks.
I think because I think I respect that more.
Oh, I see. I think that's cheese. I think it's super cheesy.
Really?
Yes. I think the idea of wearing 5 Super Bowl rings is cringe, as the kids say. Do the kids still say cringe? I
don't know. I don't think so. I prefer him to wear him. I prefer him to wear none. Anybody that has won, I'd prefer you only wear one of them. Once you start stacking up every finger, that's different. You wear one of them, and I'm like, all right. So how many people Shaq wears one of his rings all the time?
Does he?
Yeah. Like at all times, I think he's got one of them on, and he rotates them.
Does he need to? Shaq walks into a room and you're like, that's Shaq. I know everything he's done. Hold on. Has he got the rings on? Let's make sure it's really him.
Right.
How'd you feel about Eli Manning? You want to see him wearing his rings?
Oh, no, I don't want to. Well, no, I don't. I don't want to see that.
803-0550 is our phone number. Good morning. Happy week before camp. We are a week before camp. Got a couple of big contracts in the NFL yesterday. Garrett Wilson the day before, Sauce Gardner. Like the Jets do some good business where they just sign guys that are good. Give them big money.
Yep.
Sign guys that are good. They've got obviously a lot more to do.
They've got talent. They really should be better than they are. Should they not? These are star players that they are locking up that are near or at the top of their position.
Mm-hmm.
Like Sauce Gardner is a top-tier corner in the league, and Garrett Wilson is probably a top-tier receiver in the league that we just haven't really fully gotten to see because his quarterback has stunk. But even with
then
the
he's got
been
3
really
1,000-yard seasons.
Right. So they've got those two guys. They've got, Breece Hall's pretty darn good. Same thing. Like, he got injured too. But you can't fully get a grip on how good a lot of these guys are there because the whole thing is just such a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
That they kind of get hidden behind the flames of what the Jets usually are.
Right. And it kind of gets to a spot where if you're an NFL team that has a quarterback, you're a real team. And if you're not, I saw the Wilson news came down. A couple of people wrote to me about this, like, wow, the Jets, like, look at all this money, and it's not going to matter. Mm-hmm. What are you supposed to do? Not have good players? Unless you're going to actively tank and trade him away for pieces, you're going to not pay that guy? Because I think about this in terms of the Commanders. The Commanders or the Bears are good for this with Caleb Williams or, any of the rookie quarterbacks. You get yourself in a spot in the NFL where if you don't have a good roster and a quarterback kind of comes in, like, whoa, what's this guy supposed to do? He's working with nothing, right? Mm-hmm. That's Drake May. Last year, Drake May goes to an England team that doesn't have anything around him. The line's terrible. The weapons are terrible. They don't start him because they think, we're not good enough. We're not ready for this quarterback to come in.
Right.
The right thing to do is, all right, sure, we're wandering the desert looking for a quarterback. If you're the Jets, we should keep guys like Garrett Wilson and keep guys like Sauce Gardner. And I don't know what their plan is to get a quarterback long term. Right now it's Justin Fields. But you should kind of be acting like at any moment we might find one. It might be because we have a bad season and we can draft 7th. It might be because somebody becomes available, like a Baker Mayfield. Unless you're going to actively go down and tank, which is something that you could do, and I think there's merit to that.
Yep.
But if you've got pieces, like the Jets have some nice pieces, and Wilson and Gardner are two of them, then you should definitely commit and say, we're going to do everything we can. It's a little bit like Tage and Darlene. Unless you're actively going to go away, you have to try and keep them happy and say, man, if we ever got this thing together, we'd have something here.
But it's finding the quarterback.
Right.
Doesn't that all kind of sound like a version of the Drought Bills a little bit? Like, we've got maybe not, I don't know, did the Drought Bills ever have players as good at their positions as Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner? Maybe not.
They probably did. Wasn't one of the biggest sins of the Drought Bills that they didn't take enough cracks at quarterback?
That's
how many honest cracks did they take? Manuel and Lossman, 2. It's a 17-year drought, and it was Orton, it's Bledsoe, it's
Edwards is a third-round pick.
It's Trent, it's Tyrod. Tyrod ultimately breaks it, so that's the one that works.
Yeah, but what was he when he got here? He was the Ravens' backup quarterback who was a 6th-round pick.
Yeah, and there's a year there.
Really.
There's a year there where they're 0-8 and they're scrappy and they finish 4-12, and instead of charting a course with Cam Newton, you go defensive tackle. If you don't have a quarterback, you should of course know that and be looking for one.
And the Jets have taken cracks.
They have taken cracks.
But would you consider this one?
No, I would consider. I
wouldn't consider this one.
Wouldn't you consider this their Tyrod year? Hey, I'm coming in there, and Justin Fields is a guy in the league that has done some nice things, and if you're Aaron Glenn and the Jets, you want to try and get something on the board that looks respectable. Because they've been a mess, even with Rodgers. They were a mess. He gets hurt the first year, and then the second year, they win 4 games last year? They were a disaster.
Five, I think.
All right.
Yeah.
So I feel like the Aaron Glenn year 1 is the attempt to kind of remake the McDermott year. The difference is, for the Bills, they kind of got rid of Sammy Watkins and got rid of Ronald Darby. But those guys were not the caliber of Wilson and Gardner. If they were, the Bills probably maybe locked them up instead of do what they did. So I respect what the Jets did. I think it's smart business for them to keep those two guys. They just hired a new coach. He does not strike me as a total teardown kind of coach.
Yep.
So
they did go a long time without picking one, though. They pick Mark Sanchez
6th overall,
5th overall in 2009. And they don't draft a quarterback They draft Greg McElroy in the 7th round.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
They draft Geno Smith in the 2nd round.
Yeah.
Does that count as a real try, a real swing at a quarterback?
It was the 2nd quarterback taken in that draft.
Okay. And then they go all the way
Zach
to
Wilson.
18 where they draft Darnold.
All right. Darnold and Zach Wilson.
Within 3 years of each other.
Okay, so that's
4 years of
3
each other.
quarterbacks taken in the top 5?
Yes.
And the Bills had 0 of those?
Right. They had 2
In their drought?
mid to late round first-round picks. Results end up being the same, right? Like, they've missed the playoffs 11 years in a row. Or no, actually more than that, right? They're the same as the Sabres, 14 years in a row. And they don't have a quarterback to speak of right now. And that's the thing, like, I don't feel bad for them. I feel like they actually are on the right track in a lot of other areas. The ownership might always screw it up, but I think the coach hire was actually pretty good, and I think he's a professional coach, Aaron Glenn, that probably has them being competitive. I like a lot of their top-level talent with Gardner and Wilson and Hall and Quinnen Williams and go down the list, but I don't think it matters if your quarterback isn't good, and I don't know when they're going to do that. When are they going to do that this year?
And they're going for Fields, right?
And then they're going to be at next year. They're going to be at a rookie. Like, it just, I don't know what I would like to know what their game plan is before I would ever say that team's going to get good. Look at all the talent. I think most likely these players go through their contracts and are really good players that never end up winning anything because they're on the Jets. It's probably how it's going to go, unless they think they're going to get like Dak Prescott in a year.
They could also. I mean, if you're the Jets, you might have one of those seasons where you're... Well, New England. Did New England just have a pretty good season?
New England had...
I shouldn't say that.
Well, I mean...
They won 3 games.
Their quarterback had a good year.
Their quarterback had a good... Right. That's another funny part of this. Like, the Jets... Here are the Jets with some elite talent, not at quarterback, and the Patriots have elite talent, maybe, at quarterback. Won 3 games, hired a coach people know about, added some pieces around it, and aren't they picked almost everywhere to finish ahead of the Jets? New England?
Sure. New England is favored in 11 of their games.
That's nuts.
They're favored right now in 11 of their games. The Jets open against the Steelers at home.
It's a good start. I'll watch that game.
That's a measuring stick game right
there.
That
is the best.
That is a measuring
That is the
stick
best
game.
revenge game of the year. The Jets against Rodgers and Fields against the Jets to open
Fields
the
against the
season.
Steelers? Yeah.
Sorry, Fields against Steelers.
Yeah.
That's an incredible revenge game.
Well, it's 1 o'clock on Sunday. That'll be the game. That'll be the game to watch. Bills and Ravens until at night. So
what's my Sunday give me my Sunday rundown. Sunday 1 o'clock. We watch Jets Steelers. What's the 4 o'clock game we're gonna watch?
The 4 o'clock game you're gonna watch.
This is planning week 1 ahead of Bills Ravens Sunday Night Football.
You know what the games you're gonna miss at 1 o'clock?
No,
if you're watching.
No, I'm already
4 o'clocks. Where's 4 o'clock?
Is that the best 1 o'clock game? Jets Steelers.
Yes, unless you think Patriots Raiders. No, there's nothing else.
Okay, good.
4 o'clock game is going to be, you've got Niners, Seahawks, Titans, Broncos, Lions, Packers, and Texans, Rams. It's either Lions, Packers, or Texans, Rams.
Yeah, it's one of those two.
Which are both good.
They're good.
I like the finding out about things, though. Like, I don't need to find out about the Lions and the Packers. They're both really good. I have no idea how good the Texans are, and the Rams I want to bet are really good this year, but I wouldn't want to be lock solid about that. That's why I like the Steelers-Jets game. I have no idea how good either one of those teams are going to be. I'm slightly open to the Jets being like an 8-9 win team.
Scrappy.
Like, what? Do they have to be that different than what Pittsburgh is?
No, and the fact that New England is favored in 11 games tells you it's a lot about schedule.
Yes.
And the fact that the Bills are favored in every game also tells you that's about schedule.
Yep.
You just want to really quick in 1 minute tell me how many wins the Jets get just based on their schedule?
Sure.
All right. Like, this is a team we don't know how good they are at all. They open with, how many wins they going to have? They open Steelers.
I'll give them they'll give them a loss.
Oh, well, if they lose that game, they're in trouble. Because here's how it goes. Somehow, this is kind of funny. Maybe it's just because the Bills are good and we don't expect the Jets to be.
Yeah.
New England, we found 10 wins, and it's not even that hard to find 10 wins.
Yeah.
Here's the Jets' opening schedule. Steelers, you went loss?
Yeah.
Okay. Bills.
Loss.
Bucks.
Loss.
Dolphins.
Where's the game?
Miami.
Loss.
0-4. Cowboys.
Loss.
Broncos.
Loss.
They're 0-6.
I did say a minute ago I think they'll be competitive this year. 0-6.
Here we go. 0-6. Panthers.
Win.
You sure about that?
No, but I got to give them something.
Okay.
I got to give them something.
Bengals.
Loss.
Browns.
Win.
Patriots.
Loss.
Ravens.
Loss.
Falcons.
Give them a win. Give them a win against the Falcons.
Dolphins.
Win.
Jaguars.
Where's that game? Jacksonville.
Okay.
Jacksonville.
Saints.
Win.
Patriots.
Loss.
Bills.
Loss.
That's like 5-11. Or sorry,
5-12.
5-12.
I mean, maybe I don't think they're going to be that good this year. That might be good for them.
They really
that might be good for them.
Aren't they looking to
bad.
to maybe be the drought Bills that started 0-8 and finished 4-12? Although but that's the thing. If they start 0-6,
they should
pile
it into a landfill.
That's right. It's a good.
For the year.
It's a good quarterback class. It's a good at the top. It's a good quarterback class. So,
and what's their backup situation
behind Fields?
Can they put somebody in that's kind of not going to... it's Tyrod. Might be better. It might be an improvement, honestly, over Fields. 1
week away from the start of training camp. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. It's WGR, and it's Give 716 Day. Go to give716.org for Give 716 Day and be a part of that. Talking a little bit about the Jets there, just because Sauce Gardner and the contract now for Sauce Gardner and for Garrett Wilson. And beyond that, we'll see where it goes for them. But that start of the schedule, that is brutal. Totally, that's tough. Then there's Miami. Then there's New England. I mean, this division.
New England. How about New England being favored in 11 games? Like, that's expectation.
Yeah.
That is, you should make the playoffs.
Their over-under is 8.5, I think.
Okay. That's interesting that those two things
maybe it's 9.5.
Would both be true. That number would be that low and they'd be favored in that many games. Because if you're favored in that many games, like, you should make the playoffs.
Yeah.
They should make the playoffs. But it's kind of tough for me without the schedule piece of it to look at them and say, yeah, they're one of the 7 best teams in the AFC. Depends what you think of Denver, I think, and what you think of... Depends what you think of the 2nd and 3rd AFC West teams and what you think of Cincinnati. And I tend to think Cincinnati will get back in. They have the worst defense ever, and they still only missed the playoffs because of a 2-point conversion against Baltimore, a flag against Kansas City, and a fumble at the 1-yard line against New England. Like, one of those 3 things goes their way with that defense, and they're in the playoffs. So I think they're back in. And then I like Denver and the Chargers too much to think that, like, it's going to be easy for New England.
Yeah. 803-0550. Owen, I want to ask a favor of you, if you could. Can you get the Chargers yellow jersey up on the feed on YouTube?
The gold jerseys?
Yeah, the gold jerseys. The Chargers added 2 new jerseys. That happened yesterday. Have been waiting for that. One of them is a navy that, to me, does look like the Natron Means Chargers from the 90s, early 90s, late 90s. Mm-hmm. And the other one is a gold set. And whether you like it or not, it's gonna be it's like a color rush set.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of gold is this? This is it's not Notre Dame gold. It's yellow. It's
kind of
Sabres gold.
I was going to say Sabres gold.
It's kind of Sabres gold.
Yeah.
So it's gold, and the other color is powder. So the powder blue.
Yeah.
Well, the one thing I'll say about this, I had a funny moment where I'm thinking, all right, what do they look like? Who do they look like? Because anytime a team comes out with a new uniform, you say, oh, that looks like so-and-so.
Yeah.
And the Bills wear their red tops and white pants. They look like the Patriots because the Patriots had those color jerseys. Or, hey, look at this new uniform set. Oh, you look like, then insert a college team, right? Reminds me of this, reminds me of that. When the Chargers dropped their gold ones yesterday, the yellow ones, my first thought was, I don't know if that looks like anybody I know. And the last time I thought that was the Dallas Stars. Like, the Stars wear a green that nobody else in sports really wears. That green's not a lot of places.
No.
And the Chargers in this yellow, if they're going to lean into that yellow, like, man, that doesn't really look like anybody I know. So Owen's going to throw it up here because if you're watching us on YouTube, you can always check us out on YouTube, like and subscribe. Somebody in the chat has the answer here because I think this is pretty funny. Who do they look like? I can't think of anybody. I can't think of it. And my buddy sent me a text and said, they look like the Savannah Bananas. And that's right. They look like that. That's who they look like. They look like the Savannah Bananas.
A little bit.
Very Savannah Banana vibes.
Does the yellow Yeah, that's right. It's a banana yellow. It's a banana yellow. Because nobody else wears that as a primary, right? Like gold is usually an accent off a team's color. Does anybody have a primary color in their logo that's that color? Yellow? The Warriors a little bit. The Warriors, though, have... Like, when you think of the Warriors, you don't think of that color. They've had alternates that are that color, but when you think of them winning titles, they're not wearing... I don't think. Are they ever wearing an all-yellow uniform? They're wearing the blue with the Golden Gate Bridge in the middle of it. So, I thought Warriors a little bit.
Okay, Warriors, I get that.
But again, that's not their main uniform. It's an alternate.
They're bright, these yellow jerseys.
Yeah.
Savannah Bananas. It's pretty funny.
They have, I'm looking at a graphic now where they have 8 different uniform combinations this year that they're going to wear with the different pants combos, with the different jerseys. They have the LaDainian Tomlinson throwback looking uniform.
I think, hot take here. I know we all love the powder for the Chargers. That navy, I do like that navy. I think it looks pretty cool. Navy's often overused, and for a while there, every team in the league had some...
Everyone had to be Navy.
When the Sabres had the dark blue and it was too dark, I think the Chargers Navy is pretty sharp. I like it.
Yep.
So anyway, new jerseys from the Chargers. Who else is going to surprise us? Yesterday, the Bucs just dropped the creamsicle roads.
Yep.
And kind of like boudoir-looking photos with Baker Mayfield and the team. Like, all right, great. Those are cool uniforms. We like those usually. All right, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. The Open Championship tomorrow, Foam Porch Rush in Northern Ireland. Exciting. Scotty tees off tomorrow morning at 5 a.m.?
5 a.m. Yeah.
Let's have it.
You get early tees. I can't believe none of you guys voted with me to have this the second best major. This is the second best major. Early, it's on when you wake up, and look at these courses. The cliffs, they're beautiful. Northern Ireland. Come on.
In the moment when we ranked the majors, I put it fourth, and that feels wrong.
That's
right now, that feels wrong. I was a prisoner of the moment. Now I'm a prisoner of this moment. And I can't be fourth. I'll give it third.
Yeah. Although it feels like
I'll give it third, but this year's U.S. Open did not do it for me.
This year's U.S. Open
did not.
Was it just because of the rain though on Sunday and like how ridiculous it was?
It was because the course doesn't have any trees, and
that's why
I don't think it looks good. As a television viewer, I don't think it looks good. I mean, this course might not have a lot of trees either, but...
You could just be offended that they removed, what was the number, like 12,000 trees?
It's a lot of trees.
I'd have been higher than that.
Anyway, 803-0550, happy 716 Day. Be a part of it by going to give716.org. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky.
But as you laid all that out, it really kind of occurred to me how unbelievably important it is that Ed Oliver stays healthy. Right? Of all the players that could, other than Josh, that could get hurt, where it would be, season. I mean, Oliver's pretty high on the list. You just listed a bunch of maybes, a bunch of options. Like, listen, there's probably a lot of guys on the defensive line. Somebody's going to be good. Somebody's going to pop up. Somebody's going to fit right in. But right now, again, it's a little cheat to say if they had to play a game this morning, it's Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones and Dwayne Carter. And if that's not Ed Oliver, who is definitely good, like he's good, and when he's great, he's great. No Oliver, I mean, who gets attention?
Yeah,
it's tough.
How often is he great?
He's great as often as most good defensive tackles are great, which is occasionally.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like him being, how many guys would I put above him on that sort of list? Like I can't afford to lose blank to injury. Ed Oliver, like you're like right. The point about if they play a game this morning in the beginning of the season, I think that is true. But as the season goes on, what are the odds that he is going to be irreplaceable?
Their best defensive lineman. What are the odds he's their best defensive lineman?
I don't know that he is that right. I don't even know if he's been that.
If he's not the favorite, he's the co-favorite.
What is he really?
Who are the other candidates that would be the Bills' best?
Greg Rousseau.
And then who else ahead of him?
Joey Bosa.
Oh, okay, I mean that's a reach.
That's right.
We're guessing that guy can stay healthy.
I guess I'm just wondering.
Like Oliver gives you a floor, if I may. You know,
okay. Yes,
he gives you a decently high floor, and sometimes there's pop in there. But I mean, that group is. Mm-hmm. We thought they were going to get a big space eater. They kind of didn't, other than Walker. But that's not really the profile for him. Anyway,
they've got 6 guys at that position. I guess is what I'm saying. That makes me think that as the season goes on, if they lose at Oliver, they'll be built to withstand that.
Bills rookies reported yesterday. Not a lot of reporting on that from the media because it's not exactly the kind of thing that's open.
Right.
But we do know a little bit. We know that Landon Jackson is landed on the PUP list. Mm-hmm. It's not thought to be serious. That can be a thing where you just something about you can't take your physical because you tweaked your back, and it'll be fine in a day, and you'll take your physical, and you'll be fine. Mm-hmm. That's just like a guess. But Landon Jackson, the Bills' third-round picks on the PUP list. So, whatever. Not expected to be long-term. A week from today, they practice. We don't know about TJ Sanders. You tweeted it out about the defensive line, how, man, they made a lot of changes, and when they get to camp, it's a skeleton squad.
Right.
Who's available?
Who, like, right now, if they do not have to do this, and actually,
if they had to play a game right now?
If they had to play a game this morning, who plays on their defensive line? Because Joey Bosa, as far as we know right now, is still hurt. Calf strain.
We'll see. He's supposed to be ready for camp, so the next update comes on him next week.
Like some of these guys, this is why it's not really that big a deal, because I think a lot of these guys are right there. Like it's not that severe. But Bosa is hurt. Landon Jackson is hurt. And TJ Sanders is unsigned. We don't know what that means yet, but maybe he's unavailable. Larry Ogunjobi and Michael Hoyt are suspended. So you would be lining up today. Well, I guess you'd be lining up the exact same defensive line as you would have been last year, because those are just the new guys.
Yep.
The new guys are the ones that have had something going on. And again, the good news is I think for the most part, all 5 of those guys, it's a minor inconvenience. Like they all probably are at camp and practicing. Hoyt and Ogunjobi, of course, have to go back away when the regular season begins, but Jackson, I'm not that worried about. Sanders, I'm still not that worried about, even if he's not right away there at training camp. Bosa would be the one I'm worried about more than anybody. That's a calf injury for a guy that took maybe a month to heal, 2 months to heal, for a guy that we already know is prone to these injuries. Mm-hmm. So Bosa is the one. Jackson, I'm moderately okay with. The Bills rookies reported to training camp yesterday, and third-round defensive end out of Arkansas, Landon Jackson, found himself placed on the physically unable to perform list. However, he reportedly is expected to be okay. Matt Perino reporting that yesterday. League sources told him that he should be ready either early in training camp, if not right away at the start of camp next week. Sauce Gardner signs back with the Jets, 4 years, $120 million extension for him. The Chiefs sign offensive lineman Trey Smith to a 4-year, $94 million extension. The NL wins the All-Star game. Took a home run swing off. Kyle Schwarber hitting 3 in that, and they win after a 6-6 tie. Caitlin Clark picked up an injury last night, leaving the game for the Indiana Fever with the WNBA All-Star game right around the corner. It's Give 716 Day. You could donate at give716.org. It's the 7 o'clock Trusted Talent Power Hour. Bills preseason tickets, sponsored by Wegmans, will be available to the first 100 donors of a certain amount coming up at the 8 o'clock hour. You can donate at give716.org. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Shop online at northtownkia.com for the all-new Kia K4 Sportage Telluride and EV9.
Who's the tougher quarterback to prepare for? Bills Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson?
I would say Josh Allen, just because they both make something out of nothing. You know what I mean? They'll both create and be dynamic and just, run all over the field. But Josh is just, he's such a problem. Like his size, he's like 250, 6'6", 250. When we played in that AFC Championship game, he almost completed that pass at the end of the game. And we'd send an all-out pressure to him. And, it just ended up falling short. But this guy is just incredible with what he does. He can either be their superhero or be their biggest villain. But when he's on, he is extremely on.
Justin Reed, now Saints safety Justin Reed, formerly of the Chiefs. He was on the field for that AFC Championship game, of course. Josh is rarely their biggest villain, right? He had us all the way until he said, like, he could be their biggest hero or their biggest villain. He's had a couple games where he says, like, I was terrible tonight. The opener against the Jets a couple years ago, we threw three picks.
That was a bad one.
Like, that's it. That's the last one I can remember.
Like a bad game.
Really, he's not into it game. It's super rare.
Did he not set the NFL record for like lowest completion percentage against Houston last year?
Yeah, but
it was like 9 of 30.
I feel like we did not think that was his fault. That was when they soon after added Amari Cooper.
He wasn't good in that game by any means. And was it not him that decided to start chucking the ball deep on that last drive?
He put a ball in Mac Hollins' hands early that he didn't catch.
That's right. That's right.
And he also missed Kincaid on one. Anyway, whatever.
Usually,
we're talking about the Houston game now.
When I think of him having a bad game, and you're right, like maybe it's happened maybe twice in the last 2 years, it is he gets into, there still is in there somewhere that sugar high Josh Allen mode, where in that Houston game, why do I think he might have had a bad game? Because he decided to start chucking the ball deep on the last drive of the game, and you go to McDermott on the sidelines, who's mouthing what we should be like. We should be running the ball, or we should be going short. Whatever he said.
Yeah.
Remember he said something about like, what are we doing? And that was the year before the Jet game, which maybe is his last bad game, where McDermott is pointing to Josh, who had just ducked inside to try to gain extra yardage, and the camera pans to McDermott, who is pointing to his temple and saying, be smart, be smart. And then the next play on 7 yards from the first down six, Allen tried to jump over 3 players.
Yeah,
That's what he looks like when he's having a bad game. But again, it's maybe one time, maybe twice.
One out of every
2.5 years.
Out of every 20 games. And sometimes
maybe.
And often they're right in there to still win the game. So, yeah.
Right.
803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. That's Justin Reed on who's harder to defend, Lamar or Josh. There is a point there. If you're a defender, if you're a safety especially, I wonder if safeties and defensive linemen would have different views here. If you're a safety, are you more likely to think, I can wrangle Lamar when he gets loose in the pocket versus Josh is going to run over me? Because when he talks about his size, he's talking about how difficult he is to bring down and how you could have a defensive lineman draped all over him. He can still get that throw off to Kincaid as he's running backwards.
Yeah.
He's a freak.
I saw a play in the quarterback documentary yesterday that's on Netflix right now that I'd completely forgotten about because it didn't count, was the chest pass touchdown he threw to Kincaid in Detroit last year. And there's a funny Jared Goff moment in there where he's even on the Lions sidelines like, wow, did you see that? And then it gets called back. He's like, oh, cool play, Josh. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. You're having some fun with it. But like that play, how many plays have we forgotten of him that are the pass he makes to Gabe Davis against the Jets after he hurt his arm?
Yeah.
That doesn't get caught. It's probably a long list of those, honestly.
That was circulating Twitter yesterday for some reason.
That pass?
I saw that's why I thought of it.
It just kind of popped up on everyone's timeline, and I completely forgot about it.
Is it still, I think it was at the time, the longest throw in the league in like more than 5 years? Against the Jets, they lose this game.
Was Sauce Gardner in coverage? Is that okay? So Bills fans took the opportunity to say, like, here's Sauce getting cooked by Gabe Davis. Is that it?
I kind of hope not, because sure, did he win the pass didn't get completed.
Sure, but he got beat. Doesn't matter. You're a corner, you got beat.
I guess. That's a good reason. I bet that is why that was circulating.
803-0550. Yesterday I wanted to get to a as a goalie question, and we never did. And why not right now? It's about UPL's mask.
He's got a new one?
UPL's got a new mask. So let's get to as a goalie with senior goaltending correspondent Owen Parker here. All right, so as a goalie, UPL has a new mask. You looking at it? You see it? It's like a skulled-out, red-eyed buffalo skull with hair, fur.
Yeah.
It's like a furry skull, demonic buffalo
thing.
Yeah.
It's just a thing. I don't know. A lot of goalies have this where they have like their own sort of unique spin on their mask style. And this is, I guess, UPL's thing, because he's had a few of these masks with the red eyes on top that are really, really cool. Mm-hmm. I really like it.
Talk to us about goaltender mask culture.
Oh, man. This is a fun area.
Do you have to have something that looks violent and undead?
There's a lot of that. I never had much of that. My last mask for New Mexico was a lot of city. I had a skyline. I had the mountain range where we played. There's so many different things that guys get into and goalies are so superstitious that if you get a mask and you play well in it and there's something on the mask that you somehow just attribute that good play to, you will forever have that thing on your mask. So I always had 32 was my number. So I would have 32 of whatever the logo of the team I played for was on the mask.
So like 32.
So like 32 paw prints was on my New Mexico mask. Wow. And I had 32 little N's for nickels when I played there.
Yeah.
And then you see stuff like this where a guy's got their own like specific style of mask. Mm-hmm. And if you go through UPL's mask, they all kind of are a spin on this sort of monster with the eyes on top. My partner in New Mexico, Benny Halaz, his thing was he would have a tattoo artist from back home draw in pencil over just a white mask, and he would have it laminated over, and he would have like pencil monsters on his mask.
Pencil monsters.
It was really cool because you wouldn't see it from far away. It would look like just a normal mask, and then you'd get up close, and you could see all the art on it. It was really, really cool. But, I mean, this thing it's a good look. I like the color on it a lot. There's a little red pop for when they're wearing the red gear. It's a good. Yeah. He's thought of it all here. It's a nice look. The horns on top are sweet too.
It's expensive to get one of these masks made, right?
Yeah. I mean, these guys are artists that do this stuff.
Yeah.
I think.
Is it like getting a really elaborate tattoo? Like
exactly. You're tattooing a mask, basically. Yeah. Like mine, I don't want to even say this out loud, but it was like $600 to get mine painted.
Yeah,
and that's.
I feel like these guys are in like the thousands.
Easily into thousands of dollars.
Is it the only place in sports where art is permitted?
The pads. You can do the same thing with the pads.
Too. Yeah, goalie pad setup. The closest thing I can think of is My Cleats, My Cause, right? When NFL players are allowed to wear cleats for charity.
They had to fight for that, though. Like that's right. That's recent. Like guys would wear stuff like that and get fined.
And you can of course like get tattoos and stuff, but you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, where else can you really express any sort of thing like that?
Right. No. I love it. It's part of what. When I started playing goalie, I didn't really love the idea of it. Aside from getting to not have to skate all around, but I thought, this is cool. I get to the pads are awesome and the masks are the coolest.
Yeah.
So I'll get that at least. And so I had a real good time with the masks that I got painted. I only had 2 that ended up being custom jobs, but they were both really well done. Both the guys that did it did a really good job for me.
All-time Sabre mask, easily the Ryan Miller mask.
Yeah.
Not the Hasek
Might
mask?
be the
Not
only
just
one
the
people-
traditional Hasek?
That's iconic.
Don't you see the goalie that has that mask and think this guy's nuts? He's just
like
different.
He's good?
Like Arturs Urbe back in the day wearing just...
Yeah, I remember him.
The first goalie I played travel hockey with, Grant Letcher, wore that thing at like 15 in whatever it was, 2015.
Like, look at this guy. It's like dressing like Payne Stewart on the golf course.
Yeah,
when you're wearing that thing. Like, look at this guy.
It's like if an NHL player now came out with a Jofa helmet. Like whoa.
Yeah, right.
What happened? It's pretty cool.
The Ryan Miller mask.
The Miller one's iconic. The Miller one's the only one I can even think of.
I'll give you a couple
that
more
I know.
You can think of. Didn't Allmark have some iconic masks?
He had some
Minions.
good ones. The Minions ones.
That's
were good.
right. The Minions were pretty good. But like, what did Robin Leonard wear in his mask? What did
He had some
Carter
cool,
Hutton wear in his
like
mask?
tattoo-y stuff on his. Leonard did. I remember that. He had good ones. But
Levi's is kind of fun with the lightsabers and stuff.
Yeah.
Levi's, I thought, was like a Roman Empire style thing, like gladiators.
He might have had 2. He might have had
Russell,
one of that and the Star Wars.
Because I
one.
remember Russell Crowe was on his helmet.
Yeah.
Like in the movie Gladiator.
That's
but he
pretty
might
good.
he might also have a Star Wars one.
Trying to think around the league if there's any that I know.
Well, the most
Vasilevsky's
iconic
always
ever. What's Vasilevsky's?
He's got the lightning. Like,
The most
it's very cool.
The most iconic ever. Are you gonna say Cujo, Chris Joseph?
Oh no, I was gonna say Belfour.
Okay, yeah, the
Yeah,
Eagle,
Eddie
Eddie
the
the Eagle. Yeah,
Yeah.
Eddie the Eagle's
that's
probably
right.
the most
That's a
well-known.
good one.
Yep.
All right. This has been As a Goalie with our senior goaltending correspondent, Owen Parker, on UPL's new Undead Zombie Buffalo mask.
And then very quickly, Brodeurs was always the most boring. Just
It was
just a default,
Devil's logo.
that you would buy at a supermarket or a department store.
The style of
No
play that
creativity
the Devils
whatsoever.
had actually became sentient and became a helmet, and then he just wore it.
I have never liked Marty Brodeur.
No,
I gotta say, as a goalie, I know that might be controversial.
Shots fired.
He stunk.
He didn't stink.
He didn't stink, but
So
he was
overrated.
definitely assisted in his
Sure.
success by the brutality of that Devil system that was horrible. Oh, it was so gross.
All the way to just not even liking him.
Not liking him at all. I don't like him. How about Nate not even recognizing him in Pinehurst? You remember that?
Oh, the other one I remember loving was Olaf Kolzig because I loved like dinosaurs and Godzilla when I was a kid, and he had Godzilla on his mask.
That was a good one too.
Kolzig.
All right. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us here on WGR. You just want to really quick in 1 minute tell me how many wins the Jets get just based on their schedule?
Sure.
All
Yeah.
right. Like, this is a team we don't know how good they are at all. They open with, how many wins they going to have? They open Steelers.
I'll give them they'll give them a loss.
Oh, well, if they lose that game, they're in trouble. Because
Yeah.
here's how it goes. Somehow, this is kind of funny. Maybe it's just because the Bills are good and we don't expect the Jets to be.
Yeah.
Here, New England, we found 10 wins, and it's not even that hard to find 10 wins.
Yeah.
Here's the Jets' opening schedule. Steelers, you went loss?
Yeah.
Okay. Bills.
Loss.
Bucks.
Loss.
Dolphins.
Where's the game?
Miami.
Loss.
0-4. Cowboys.
Loss.
Broncos.
Loss.
They're 0-6.
I did say a minute ago I think they'll be competitive this year. 0-6.
All right, here we go. 0-6. Panthers.
Win.
You sure about that?
No, but I got to give them something.
Okay.
I got to give them something.
Bengals.
Loss.
Browns.
Win.
Patriots.
Loss.
Ravens.
Loss.
Falcons.
Give them a win. Give them a win against the Falcons.
Dolphins.
Win.
Jaguars.
Where's that game? Jaguar. Jacksonville.
Okay.
Jacksonville.
Saints.
Win.
Patriots.
Loss.
Bills.
Loss.
That's like 5-11.
E-
Or sorry,
5-12.
5-12.
I mean, maybe I don't think they're going to be that good this year. That might be good for them.
They really
that might be good for them.
Aren't they looking to
bad.
to maybe be the drought Bills that started 0-8 and finished 4-12? Although but that's the thing. If they start 0-6,
they should
pile
it into a landfill.
That's right. It's a good.
for the year.
It's a good quarterback class. It's a good
It is.
at the top. It's a good quarterback class. So
And what's their backup situation?
Behind Fields?
Can they put somebody in that's kind of not going to... it's Tyrod. Might be better. It might be an improvement, honestly, over Fields.
Bills rookies reported yesterday. Not a lot of reporting on that from the media because it's not exactly the kind of thing that's open.
Right.
But we do know a little bit. We know that Landon Jackson is landed on the PUP list. Mm-hmm. It's not thought to be serious. That can be a thing where you just something about you can't take your physical because you tweaked your back. And it'll be fine in a day, and you'll take your physical, and you'll be fine. Mm-hmm. That's just like a guess. But Landon Jackson, the Bills' third-round picks on the PUP list. So, whatever. Not expected to be long-term. A week from today, they practice. We don't know about TJ Sanders. You tweeted it out about the defensive line, how, man, they made a lot of changes, and when they get to camp, it's a skeleton squad.
Right.
Who's available?
Who, like, right now, if they do not have to do this, and actually,
if they had to play a game right now?
If they had to play a game this morning, who plays on their defensive line? Because Joey Bosa, as far as we know right now, is still hurt. Calf strain.
We'll see. He's supposed to be ready for camp, so the next update comes on him next week.
Like some of these guys, this is why it's not really that big a deal, because I think a lot of these guys are right there. Like it's not that severe. But Bosa is hurt. Landon Jackson is hurt. And TJ Sanders is unsigned. We don't know what that means yet, but maybe he's unavailable. Larry Ogunjobi and Michael Hoyt are suspended. So you would be lining up today. Well, I guess you'd be lining up the exact same defensive line as you would have been last year, because those are just the new guys.
Yep.
The new guys are the ones that have had something going on. And again, the good news is I think for the most part, all 5 of those guys, it's a minor inconvenience. Like they all probably are at camp and practicing. Hoyt and Ogunjobi, of course, have to go back away when the regular season begins, but Jackson, I'm not that worried about. Sanders, I'm still not that worried about, even if he's not right away there at training camp. Bosa would be the one I'm worried about more than anybody. That's a calf injury for a guy that took maybe a month to heal, 2 months to heal, for a guy that we already know is prone to these injuries. Mm-hmm. So Bosa is the one. Jackson, I'm moderately okay with.
a small dose of when the leaf swing.
Which one was the leaf swing?
The leaf
again?
swing said warning, choking hazard.
I did see that. Yeah, that's right.
I do appreciate it.
I do.
I also
Are they the right people
it's
that can
fine.
make that
It's
joke,
fine.
though?
Yes.
Okay.
You got to make the jokes like you might as well just make the jokes. But the NHL is going to open its season with a triple header on October 7th.
Okay.
First game of the season, it's going to be Panthers and Blackhawks, 5 p.m. You could just
5 p.m.
Here's the funniest part about this. Outside of the Rangers, who are the teams playing on opening night? It's so predictable. It's Blackhawks, Rangers, Penguins, and then Avs, Kings. So, Panthers, Blackhawks to open the season.
Yep.
Of course, the defending Stanley Cup champs against the Blackhawks. It's got to be. Is it outdoors?
It's got to be in a
Is it at Wrigley Field?
Again.
It's fine. So a triple header on October 7th. That's the opener of the NHL season. The Sabres are not, by the way, opening the season in Prague. They'll just open at home, right?
Yes.
Real quick, just a knee-jerk reaction. Is there a bad schedule for the NHL? Like, what would be bad for the Sabres? You just don't like the look of the schedule. What would be bad?
Well, at the start, I think I'd like them to open at home.
A lot. Load the front.
Well, because remember last year, they went to Prague, but they came home
and the season
for
was
the
over?
opener, and they already were
0-2.
They were 0-2, and they looked bad.
Yeah.
So vibes were already down a little bit. So, yeah, I would hope they open at home. And then what's a bad schedule? A bad schedule is it depends on your personal preference. Like, you might want a lot of afternoon Saturday games.
Oh, for sure.
Matinee games.
I love the afternoon games.
So if you only have like 2 of those, then a lot of people would probably consider that to be a bad schedule.
Their afternoon
I would say
matinees have been good atmospheres for them.
For me, a bad schedule is Toronto not coming here until like late in the year.
Which happened last year.
Yeah, like they came in, that was the second to last game of the season.
And the first matchup was in January.
And that was it.
Yeah.
So, like, give me the Toronto games. I know it's the other fan base filling up the building, but that's the most energy in the building of the year. I would like to have that earlier in the season. So, the Leafs early.
803-0550 is our number. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Is the defense going to be good? NFL.com's Gennaro Felice just posted a piece this morning predicting the NFL's top 10 defenses. Mm-hmm. Top 10. And then listed who he thought would be the top defenses. You might not be surprised to find Philadelphia there.
Yep.
Baltimore's near the top. New England is in the top 10. The Bills are.
Okay.
Yeah, the Bills are not. They are honorable mention, finger quotes, like just missed. He lists a couple teams that just missed. They did not make the top 10. Pittsburgh's in the top 10. Minnesota's in the top 10.
Okay.
I didn't memorize all of them, but, click a link and look for the Bills. That's a game this time of year in ranking season.
Yeah. Can I cheat a little bit and say I expect them to be a top 10 defense because I think their schedule is kind of weak? That's not the number one reason, but it's part of it. Yeah. Remember that year 3 years ago? Was it 3 years ago, like 2021? Was it 2021, 2022, where the Bills played no quarterbacks the whole year, and they finished like number 2 in the league in defense? Mm-hmm. Like, this year it's a little tougher because they do still play. They play Lamar Jackson. They play Jalen Hurts.
But we think they have 5 tough games.
How many offenses do they play that I'm really afraid they can't stop? Week 1,
Baltimore,
Kansas
City, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, and
the next team I'd get to is like
Atlanta, Tampa,
and those are good those are good offenses, but like not that imposing, not that intimidating.
Yeah.
So that's kind of it. And they play some bad ones. They play Tyler Shuck along the way.
Bills rookies reported yesterday. Not a lot of reporting on that from the media because it's not exactly the kind of thing that's open.
Right.
But we do know a little bit. We know that Landon Jackson is landed on the PUP list. Mm-hmm. It's not thought to be serious. That can be a thing where you just something about you can't take your physical because you tweaked your back, and it'll be fine in a day, and you'll take your physical, and you'll be fine. Mm-hmm. That's just like a guess. But Landon Jackson, the Bills' third-round picks on the PUP list. So, whatever. Not expected to be long-term. A week from today, they practice. We don't know about TJ Sanders. You tweeted it out about the defensive line, how, man, they made a lot of changes, and when they get to camp, it's a skeleton squad.
Right.
Who's available?
Who, like, right now, if they do not have to do this, and actually,
if they had to play a game right now?
If they had to play a game this morning, who plays on their defensive line? Because Joey Bosa, as far as we know right now, is still hurt. Calf strain.
We'll see. He's supposed to be ready for camp, so the next update comes on him next week.
Like, some of these guys, this is why it's not really that big a deal, because I think a lot of these guys are right there. Like, it's not that severe. But Bosa is hurt. Landon Jackson is hurt. And TJ Sanders is unsigned. We don't know what that means yet, but maybe he's unavailable. Larry Ogunjobi and Michael Hoyt are suspended. So you would be lining up today. Well, I guess you'd be lining up the exact same defensive line as you would have been last year, because those are just the new guys.
Yep.
The new guys are the ones that have had something going on. And again, the good news is I think for the most part, all 5 of those guys, it's a minor inconvenience. Like, they all probably are at camp and practicing. Hoyt and Ogunjobi, of course, have to go back away when the regular season begins, but Jackson, I'm not that worried about. Sanders, I'm still not that worried about, even if he's not right away there at training camp. Bosa would be the one I'm worried about more than anybody. That's a calf injury for a guy that took maybe a month to heal, 2 months to heal, for a guy that we already know is prone to these injuries. Mm-hmm. So Bosa is the one. Jackson, I'm moderately okay with. Training camp in a week for the Bills. Rookies reported yesterday, and defensive end Landon Jackson, third-round pick, found himself on the physically unable to perform list, the PUP list, although it is reported, Matt Perino had a report from New York Upstate and Syracuse.com, that it's a minor injury, and he could even be on the field right at the start of camp next week. But something to monitor for Jackson. Do not know if TJ Sanders was there or not. The second-round rookie does not have a contract. He's unsigned, as are almost every second-round pick in the NFL, and some of them around the league are holding out. Not sure about TJ Sanders. Elsewhere around the NFL, Sauce Gardner signs a 4-year, $120 million deal with the New York Jets. It's back-to-back days. The Jets have signed big extensions. Garrett Wilson was on Monday. Kansas City had until yesterday to sign offensive lineman Trey Smith to a big deal as he was on the franchise tag, and they got one done. 4 years, $94 million between Smith and Kansas City. The NL wins the All-Star game. over the AL in a home run swing-off. Kyle Schwarber had 3 home runs in that at the end of the All-Star game yesterday. Caitlin Clark got injured at the end of the Fever win over the Sun last night, as the WNBA All-Star game is right around the corner, and Clark re-injuring a groin injury that she had a couple of weeks ago that kept her out of games. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. Give 716 Day. You can donate at give716.org. Almost at $600,000. It's the 8 o'clock hour Bills preseason tickets, sponsored by Wegmans. First 100 donors of $117.60 or more.
The front office, the ownership, they have to do what's best for the team. I understand that, but I also know what I bring to a team. And I feel like I've proven that day in, day out. There hasn't been anything that they've asked me to do since they've been here that I have not done willingly, openly. That's what I'm supposed to do as a leader. But you would think when that is displayed consistently over years of time, then that would be, honored and respected. And so, again, the toughest thing is just having to be in this limbo. But I haven't stopped working. I work my tail off, and no dollar amount is going to change that. No dollar amount is going to make me work harder. That's not how I'm built.
That is Scary Terry McLaurin. A couple of big high-profile contract disputes in the NFL still happening. Trey Hendrickson, McLaurin, now Juwan Jennings, T.J. Watt. When will guys miss out? Will they skip out on their camps? So McLaurin, a big piece there for Washington.
Can I ask, why wouldn't they pay him?
I don't know.
It's a weird one, too. It's not even Daniel Snyder anymore. It's new ownership that seems to have it more together. It's hard to be worse than Snyder was. And new owner with a great rookie quarterback on a rookie contract, and this receiver is provably great. He's not asking for the biggest contract in the league. I mean, yesterday you had the trivia about 3,000-yard receiver 3,000-yard seasons to open their career.
Yeah.
If he had 80 more yards in his rookie year, he'd be Mike Evans. He would have 6 straight 1,000-yard seasons to begin his career if he had 80 more yards in year one.
The other reason to do it, if you're the Commanders here, McLaurin's cap hit is 25
this year.
Yeah, if you extend him, you can drop that cap number and push it off in the future. So, I'm not sure. The Chiefs just did a big, huge contract for their guard, Trey Smith.
Yeah,
his cap hit, if he had played on the franchise tag, was going to be $23 million.
Yeah,
and instead he signs a big, long extension, which lowers that number for this year. And again, once the details of that deal come out, we'll see. But for McLaurin, I mean,
it could be he's 30.
He's 30.
This is his age. He came into the league late because he played, I think, 6 years even in college with a redshirt year. So that maybe that's it. They don't want to give a 30-year-old receiver a monster new contract.
Well, there's also, do they want to give him more money? Maybe. Maybe he thinks he wants more. Maybe he wants to be the 3rd highest paid receiver in football, and they want to make him the 10th highest paid receiver in football. Or maybe it's about guaranteed money where he wants $100 million and they're willing to give him $50 more million. So it's not that they maybe don't want to pay him versus the two sides have not yet come together. It is important always. We are a full week away from training camp, and deadlines get people to talk. So a week from today, the Bills are at camp. What does that mean for T.J. Sanders and second-round picks around the NFL? We'll see if when it gets time to, where the rubber meets the road on these contracts in the second round, or McLaurin, Hendrickson, who would sit out, T.J. Watt. You've got, it's not just the second-round picks, it's high-profile guys.
Yep.
James Cook, I mean, he's coming, we think, right? All indications are he's coming. He showed up to minicamp, so he didn't get fined. Could he hold in? That's possible. I don't think anybody kind of expects that. We've kind of got ourselves a very quiet build up to camp just by the fact that Cook showed up to minicamp as was expected.
Yeah, he said he'd be there. He did not say he'd do things. They asked him point blank, and he kind of left that door open.
He kind of had two answers. The answer was, I'm going to do what I got to do.
Yep.
He's still going to work hard. He's going to stay in shape. Kind of like McLaurin, what he said right there. So we'll see.
I guess it would be weird if he's there and not doing things because, I know people in the league do it. It's been done, but
Chris Jones held in, right? last year.
Yeah, Jamar Chase was like he would go to practice and just stand around and watch and not do anything.
It's always worth remembering, like in these moments, it seems like, oh no, what's going to happen? Most times what happens is a new deal gets done, especially for a great player.
Yeah.
Most of the time a new deal gets done. In the case of Cook, I think that's a little different, but I want a contract. Russell Wilson's going to threaten to play baseball. Isn't that this time of year where that kind of thing happens? So,
yep.
We'll see. We got some high-profile guys. Bills open up training camp a week from today. Happy 716 Day. You can go to give716.org to be a part of the big fundraising effort today. They're over $500,000 raised. And right now, give716.org, you can be one of the first 100 donors to donate $117.60. And if you do, you get Bills preseason tickets, sponsored by Wegman. So first 100 donors get a pair of Bills preseason tickets for the donation. Ron in Alden is up. Hey, Ron, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Jeremy, I need you to talk me off the ledge here. I know you guys always talk, the Bills defense is good. I think you guys talk about, will you ever be 20th or less in defense for our coach? But the other day, the afternoon guys had a guest on 2 days ago. I don't recall his name. And he was
Warren
bringing up
Sharp.
Staggering numbers. Yeah, he was bringing up staggering numbers about the Bills were ranked 30th out of 32 teams that allowed teams to get into the red zone. And the only thing saving our bacon really was the turnovers. And he was talking about, you can't regression in that. You really can't count on that. And, of course, you don't know, but maybe our defense isn't as good. I know it's like a bend, don't break, but it's only if it's just really the turnovers, I mean, I'm really concerned, because KC kind of proved it in the playoffs that they could score. And they could score against nobody, but they scored against us. So I'm just really worried about our defense this year, and I'm just wondering how much I should be worried about. And I'll take your advice. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Yeah, we played that clip from Warren Sharp, and I don't know. I know you say talk you off the ledge. I feel like that was all common knowledge.
Yeah.
The defense did not have a great year, but it was held up by turnovers, and they were able to get turnovers and get big plays and be a big play defense, and because of that, they ended up having a fine season. But overall, the defense. Overall, the defense was kind of weak. And last year's a great kind of fork in the road for, has McDermott really had the horses to do it on defense? It is one of the fascinating things I think about this team. And if you want to really get into McDermott and Bean, all right, let's go somewhere here. When Bean came on and, we got in the dust up after the draft, and he's like, it's the defense, it's the defense, it's the defense. It always strikes me that if you blame the defense, who do you blame? McDermott. It's his defense.
Mm-hmm.
Who built it?
Bean built it. Bean built
He's
it.
sitting here talking about how the defense is the problem, and it's one of my favorite memes out there. The guy in the hot dog suit from I Think You Should Leave. We're all trying to find the guy that did this. You built this defense. Mm-hmm. And we had a little conversation in the YouTube chat earlier today. I was going back and forth with a couple of guys. The idea that the Bills saw the Eagles and thought, you know what we got to do? We got to invest in the defensive line. We got to get to the passer. That's been what they've done the whole time. Mm-hmm. They've never thought that wasn't the way to do it.
Correct.
They drafted Rousseau and Basham first and second round picks. Epinesa a second round pick. That's 2 years
Oliver
where
in the top 10.
Oliver in the top 10.
Yep.
Von Miller signed. Constantly signing defensive ends, defensive tech, mercenaries at that position. They have invested in the defense a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Big contracts when necessary, and
they've kept everybody but Tremaine Edmonds.
Yeah.
That's been.
They do not neglect the defense. This is not a franchise that has been going all in on the offense. What have they done? They built up an incredible offensive line. They paid their quarterback, and for a little while there, they're paying Steph Diggs. Mm-hmm. But it's not a team. They draft Kincaid and they draft Coleman with 2 high-profile picks, right? And they draft Osiris Torrance. You're choosing left and right, offense, defense. But it's not a team that has ignored defense and woke up after the Super Bowl.
Yeah, no.
If anything happened for me, it was maybe they haven't done really enough in terms of hitting on these picks. You talked earlier today that Oliver doesn't really play like a 9th overall pick. That might be right. That's a fair point to make.
Yep.
Rousseau is their big ticket item on the defensive line, and he's pretty good. We think he's pretty good.
We're
hoping there's another step there. What'd they do in free agency? Free agency was Hoyt, Ogunjobi, Bosa, 3 more pieces on their defensive front. So it's another year where they are definitely pushing their assets to the front seven. And if they don't get the returns on that, it'll be yet another year of, boy, you really do invest a lot up there. It's a lot of effort up there to not feel like you're getting what you pay for, to not feeling like you get what you invested. So
especially at the end of the season. At the end of the season,
which, just to finish the point, which it gets to, do you not have the horses, or is it really about, the people that call and say you're not aggressive enough? McDermott doesn't have the answers against Andy Reid, because it is 2 playoffs in a row where we watched a Chiefs offense that was not a great offense look unstoppable. And you could chicken or egg it all you want. You could say McDermott doesn't have answers. You could say he had such glaring holes that against a guy like Andy Reid, if you have that hole, you're not going to beat him. If you have the hole at linebacker where A.J. Klein is in out of retirement, you're not going to beat that guy because that's Andy Reid, and you have such a glaring hole, he's going to work it. Last year, what's the game? It's Kyer Elam's on the field instead of Benford. Game over. There's no way they're not going to work that so well that no matter how good of a defensive mind you are, you can't beat it. If you don't have to subscribe to that, but that's chicken or egg for me. Which is it? Too big of a hole to cover, or you don't have the answers? You've never had the answers against that team.
Isn't, though, like the defensive line not performing in those moments more than anything? And they have not had substantial injuries on the defensive line. Daquan Jones missed the Bengal playoff game, right?
No, and the rest of the defensive line against backup linemen that day did nothing.
And that's pretty much it. Like, their D-line has been there in those playoff games. Isn't that the position the position group more than anything else on that side of the football, which is, all right, go get him. Go get him. Like, sure, there's technique and there is, stunts and there are different things that they'll run. But more than any other position, it's, you go line up across from that tackle, beat him, and go get the quarterback. That's less coaching, and that's more how good is the guy that you've got out there out in the field. And I looked up some numbers on the pressures that defensive linemen on the Bills have gotten in the playoffs. And did you know that Jerry Hughes is still their leader in pressures by a wide margin in playoff games under this coach? He has 18 pressures in 7 playoff games. Ed Oliver has 12 in 13 playoff games.
Yeah.
Milano is second, actually, on this team with 12 and 11. Rousseau's got 9 pressures in 9 games in the playoffs. Epinesa has 6 in 12. This is your problem.
Yeah.
Your problem is the guys that you're investing in are not getting to the quarterback. The most effective pass rusher they've had in this era of football, they inherited. They just kept them around. So that's the problem. And again, I shouldn't put none of that on the coach, but I do feel like that position group is less about the coaching element than the position groups that are behind them.
Yeah.
Secondary, linebacker, nickel.
It's the defense. It's the defense. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. The whole thing about should they have added more at receiver, should they have drafted one, was never about instead of attacking the defense. We spent a lot of the offseason talking defensive ends specifically and what they could do to get a pass rush. And that's where the Bosa idea, I think a lot of people like that as a gamble. All right, you couldn't go out and get a $30 million guy. How about a guy for 12 and you hope he's healthy? To me, it's a good gamble. It's a good risk. And if it doesn't work out, you're kind of where you were before. Von's out there looking for a job. He was your number 1 pass rush win rate guy last year.
He was number 1. Yep, by a lot.
Limited snaps, different job, different assignments, but
yep.
I don't know. Am I concerned about the defense this year? That depends.
It depends on...
That depends. Am I concerned the defense is going to stop them from getting the 1 seed? Not really.
No.
I think they could get the 1 seed with the same kind of defense they had last year. If Kansas City didn't get 3 or 4 absolute gift victories, you might have had the 1 seed.
That's right.
So, it's the thing about the Bills. Does anything worry you? Not in the regular season. Get to the postseason, and it's a different conversation.
Yeah, the only thing that could worry you about the defense, this goes back to that Warren Sharp clip, is the thing about the turnovers. If you think they're going to completely go away, they're going to dry up, then you should be worried about their defense. I don't expect that to happen. Joe Marino added yesterday to the list of numbers of how under McDermott, the Bills have had a top-level takeaway team every year. Joe says that in 12 consecutive years, the Bills have been top 10 in takeaways. And that goes back, to years that don't even matter for this, into the Rex years.
Yeah.
What is that, by the way? Is that weather? How are they top 10 in takeaways every year for 12 years? But I've got people assuming, it's one thing to guess that it could happen. Assuming that they're going to go away when the last time they didn't take the ball away like that, Kyle Orton was my quarterback. Maybe even longer ago than that, actually. Fitz. That might be a coincidence, by the way. I don't know how throughout all of those years they've been that good. It could be the weather. Could be late in the year. You've got more bad weather games. But even that, we kind of know to not be as true as it said.
Right.
They don't have 4 bad weather games a year. Compared to other teams.
I don't have much for before McDermott got here, what their numbers were.
But it just goes to point out that you shouldn't just assume that takeaways are going away.
Even if I did, I would assume I'd feel as confident as ever they won't be 30th ranked in allowing drives into the red zone.
No, I don't.
I don't think they'll be that.
I don't think so either. But for that to be true, their defensive line would have to be about the same, and Hairston would have to be not ready to play, and Bishop would have to be not that great.
Right.
And then you are basically the same defense you were last year.
But then that gets to the bigger question about it all, as Ron brings it up, and as mentioning, it's fascinating, as we always the defense. That's always McDermott. If all those things happen and the defense is bad again, who would get the blame? McDermott? Not Bean. He's drafting this defense. He's signing these players. And I guess it gets are these players definitely the Jimmies and Joes, as they say, to plug in where if the coach doesn't get the job done, sorry. Maybe the thing that ultimately turns people off on a McDermott defense, you've got Bills fans that are on one side or the other on whether or not they should get rid of McDermott. Mm-hmm. I would even say there's 3. There's he's a problem, get rid of him. There's he's not a problem, he's a great coach. What are you, crazy? And then there's, sure, I don't know what else they would do here that would make me feel any different, any better.
Yeah.
Who am I supposed to get instead? I saw a ranking of NFL coaches recently. Again, it's ranking season. And McDermott came in 12th. But that was tier 1. There were 12 coaches on tier 1. It's a pretty big tier.
That seems
a pretty big tier.
Half the league can't be tier 1.
Well, that's what they did. Half the league could be tier 1. It really could be that the good coaches are the ones that have awesome quarterbacks. Is John Harbaugh that much better than McDermott? Is Jim Harbaugh a better coach than McDermott? Is Sean Payton a better coach than McDermott? And
I think it's offensive to Andy Reid to put him on the same tier as any of those guys.
That might be right. He should have his own tier.
I think maybe Andy Reid should have his own tier.
Fair.
Yes.
Maybe he should have his own tier. But maybe the thing that pushes the people that are in that middle group I mentioned, where there's he's a problem, he's got to go, is a fully rebuilt, fully healthy defense in the playoffs getting worked again. We kind of had the conversation, we joked about it. What would be worse, to have the 14th ranked defense and then get beat in the postseason, or to have the 3rd ranked defense and then get beat in the postseason? In a lot of ways, having 3rd would be worse. That would mean you showed me all year you're great, then you got to a crunch time game and you fell apart. That's the way for the coach to look worse, is to have a good regular season.
Definitely, that's definitely true.
And that kind of gets to, we've circled all the way back to Scotty Scheffler's point of when you are supposed to be great and you lose, that's worse. You're supposed to win every week. And if you're the Bills and you're favored to win every game and you have one of your 11-win seasons instead of one of your 13-win seasons, all of a sudden, that's not as good. You had a lot of letdowns.
Right.
803-0550.
Could it matter who are the players that are letting them down? For who is getting blamed more? What if Cole Bishop's a disaster? What if he's out there and there are big plays over the top of him all year? Who's getting blamed for that?
That's a good question.
Because Bean drafted him.
Yep.
What if Maxwell Hairston is getting beat?
These are good questions.
I do wonder if it matters who it is.
I think
that could get the GM getting a bigger piece of the blame than what it usually is, which is that it's all about the coach.
I just think that it's most likely that if the defense is a problem, and
no matter who it is,
the buck stops at McDermott, right or wrong. That's where the fans tend to land.
Yeah,
is you're a defensive head coach. I'm on year what, and I'm not getting what I need when it counts.
Mm-hmm.
And that could be reverberations and aftershocks of, sorry to mention it, but That could be that people still 13 seconds lives, and like that is the opening chapter of the book. We got to that moment, and that happened. So everything after comes after that first chapter in the book. Maybe even the Houston game is the first chapter in the book. You had what lead in that game? You know, like
16. Was it 16?
I think it was 9. Wasn't it 19 to nothing? I thought it was 19.
I don't know if it got the 3 scores. But was it going to be 19 when the kickoff return at the start of the second half
26
happened? And then they took it off the board?
So anyway, a lot of that is to say, right or wrong, perception is reality in a lot of this. What do people feel about this? How do people think about this? And I tend to think that when it comes to the defense let them down, that it is 5-1. Coach over GM is why that happened. 5-1. But maybe I'm wrong about that. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe. Firing it up a week before training camp. We get to camp a week from today. We'll be sitting there in the sun, 8:30. Maybe players starting to trickle out. People walking around. Will we smell hot dogs this early?
No, it's usually pretty early.
Yeah,
isn't it? They start cooking those things at like 8 a.m., right?
Maybe. Go for a good camp hot dog. Bottle of water.
You ever had a White Hot?
Yeah.
First time I ever had one of those. That's a Rochester thing too, isn't it?
Maybe.
I'm not sure. I never get offered one around here. Strange. I guess because I don't even know if I want to say whether I liked it or not because I don't know. I didn't know what I was expecting, so I was like, I was confused. I feel like in eating one.
Go to give716.org to be a part of 716 Day. When you go to the website, you can click on the charities you want to donate to. You can also take a look at the running total of funds raised as that continues to climb up over $600,000 raised right now. And it goes till midnight tonight. You can donate now. You can find a charity or individual to support. You can search it right there at give716.org. And right now, again, if it's not already done, first 100 donors are able to get Bills preseason tickets this hour. Meanwhile, next hour, Blue Cross, Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield matching donation. And the 10 a.m. hour is Bandits tickets. That's a bargain.
Nice.
$117.60. So 10 o'clock, the Bandits donation, or the tickets for Bandits tickets. And 11 a.m., here's for you, Sabres Goathead signed jerseys.
Yeah, let's go.
For the first 100 donors of $500 or more for Give 716 Day. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Bills rookies reported yesterday. Not a lot of reporting on that from the media because it's not exactly the kind of thing that's open.
Right.
But we do know a little bit. We know that Landon Jackson is landed on the PUP list. It's not thought to be serious. That can be a thing where you just something about you can't take your physical because you tweaked your back. And it'll be fine in a day, and you'll take your physical, and you'll be fine. That's just like a guess. But Landon Jackson, the Bills' third-round picks on the PUP list. So, whatever. Not expected to be long-term. A week from today, they practice. We don't know about TJ Sanders. You tweeted it out about the defensive line, how, man, they made a lot of changes, and when they get to camp, it's a skeleton squad.
Right.
Who's available?
Who, like, right now, if they do not have to do this, and actually,
if they had to play a game right now?
If they had to play a game this morning, who plays on their defensive line? Because Joey Bosa, as far as we know right now, is still hurt. Calf strain.
We'll see. He's supposed to be ready for camp, so the next update comes on him next week.
Like some of these guys, this is why it's not really that big a deal, because I think a lot of these guys are right there. Like it's not that severe. But Bosa is hurt. Landon Jackson is hurt. And TJ Sanders is unsigned. We don't know what that means yet, but maybe he's unavailable. Larry Ogunjobi and Michael Hoyt are suspended. So you would be lining up today. Well, I guess you'd be lining up the exact same defensive line as you would have been last year, because those are just the new guys.
Yep.
The new guys are the ones that have had something going on. And again, the good news is I think for the most part, all 5 of those guys, it's a minor inconvenience. Like they all probably are at camp and practicing. Hoyt and Ogunjobi, of course, have to go back away when the regular season begins, but Jackson, I'm not that worried about. Sanders, I'm still not that worried about, even if he's not right away there at training camp. Bosa would be the one I'm worried about more than anybody. That's a calf injury for a guy that took maybe a month to heal, 2 months to heal, for a guy that we already know is prone to these injuries.
Mm-hmm.
So Bosa is the one. Jackson, I'm moderately okay with.
It is important always. We are a full week away from training camp, and deadlines get people to talk. So a week from today, the Bills are at camp. What does that mean for TJ Sanders and second-round picks around the NFL? We'll see when it gets time to, where the rubber meets the road on these contracts in the second round, or McLaurin, Hendrickson, who would sit out, TJ Watt. You've got, it's not just the second-round picks, it's high-profile guys.
Yep.
James Cook, he's coming, we think, right? All indications are he's coming. He showed up to minicamp, so he didn't get fined. Could he hold in? That's possible. I don't think anybody kind of expects that. We've kind of got ourselves a very quiet build up to camp just by the fact that Cook showed up to minicamp as was expected.
Yeah, he said he'd be there. He did not say he'd do things. They asked him point blank, and he kind of left that door open.
He kind of had two answers. The answer was, I'm going to do what I got to do.
Yep.
He's still going to work hard. He's going to stay in shape. Kind of like McLaurin, what he said right there. So we'll see.
I guess it would be weird if he's there and not doing things because, I know people in the league do it. It's been done. But
now, Chris Jones held in, right, last year.
Yeah, Jamar Chase was he would go to practice and just stand around and watch and not do anything.
It's always worth remembering, in these moments, it seems like, oh, no, what's going to happen? Most times what happens is a new deal gets done, especially for a great player.
Yeah.
Most of the time a new deal gets done. In the case of Cook, I think that's a little different. But, I want a contract. Russell Wilson's going to threaten to play baseball. Isn't that this time of year where that kind of thing happens? So,
yep.
We'll see. We got some high-profile guys. Bills open up training camp a week from today.
It's Gift 716 Day. You can donate at gift716.org. Just cross the $600,000 total raise number. Hit the donate now button when you go there. The Bills rookies reporting to training camp yesterday. Landon Jackson, third-round rookie, is on the PUP list with a injury, although it's expected to be minor, could even be on the field right at the start of camp next week. TJ Sanders, not known whether or not he is there or not, holding out. Most second-round rookies in the NFL are unsigned. Sanders is one of them. Elsewhere around the league, Sauce Gardner signs for 4 years, $120 million, over $30 million a year. KC signs Trace Smith, 4 years, $94 million. The offensive lineman had to sign by yesterday because he was on the franchise tag. NL wins the All-Star game, took a home run swing off. Kyle Schwarber hit 3 home runs. NL wins over the AL. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I genuinely buy that Dalton Kincaid is going to blow up in year 3 for a million reasons. And a lot of it's physical. Both knees were in bad shape. He couldn't even really bend them. But I think it's more psychological because you go through history, you look at all these tight end greats, like so many of these guys, they faced this moment early in their career. All of these tight ends had this like man in the mirror moment where everything kind of clicks. And I think you have to face those demons kind of head on. And this is somebody who is far more mentally tough, physically tough than I certainly thought.
Tyler Dunn from our conversation about his piece on Dalton Kincaid. You can find that at golongtd.com. I'm just now remembering that yesterday I saw a post from Fitz on Instagram. Did you see it?
No. What did Fitz have to say?
What did Fitz have to say? Okay. Fitz had to say, just now realizing how weird my pinky toes are, it looks like an AI-generated image gone horribly wrong.
Okay.
Fitz commenting on his
own pinky toes?
His own pinky toes.
And then did he have images that went with of his pinky?
So the picture that's posted is he is surfing, wakeboarding, something in Lake Tahoe.
Uh-huh.
And he's fallen off, and he's attempting to maybe get back on.
Okay.
And he's holding the rope, and he's getting ready for and his feet are on the board, and his body's in the water.
Yeah.
And the look on his face is very meme-worthy. It's like a cat trying to hold onto a branch in a storm.
He looks like he's in peril.
Like he's ready to get going again.
Uh-huh.
And his feet are the prominent thing in the picture. And there's Fitz like, oh, I realized I got weird toes now.
His pinky toe is like separated from the rest of the foot almost.
On the 1 foot especially. It's like way down there.
It's way, yeah.
It's not quite a dew claw, but
it's the one pinky toe is lower than where the big toe starts.
Yeah.
Which I think that's not normal. I don't think that's normal.
I don't know. I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
Good for Fitz. 803-0550. Happy 716 Day. A week from Bills training camp. Starts a week from today.
Today is the receivers day for the top 10 by executives, scouts, and coaches.
Okay.
And
can I get the top 10?
Can you get the top 10? If you could get 7 of the top 10, I think that'd be a pretty good job.
Yeah?
Yeah. How many of the top 10?
The top 10 receivers according to GM's executives, coaches. Okay, Jefferson and Chase.
Number 1 and number 2 goes Chase, then Jefferson.
Okay, Chase, then Jefferson.
They both received votes, though, for number 1.
Okay, CeeDee Lamb?
CeeDee Lamb is number 4.
Okay. Are they going to give Mike Evans a nod here?
They are. Mike Evans at number 9.
Good.
Highest ranking 5th. Had some that didn't rank him, but yeah, Mike Evans, top 10.
Tyreek Hill is not on this list.
You're saying that?
I'm saying Tyreek Hill is not on this list anymore. Is he?
Incorrect.
He is.
He is on this list.
All right, then fine.
He's number 3.
Okay. He's got a lot to prove this year.
Number 3 off a year where he didn't reach 1,000 yards.
Yeah.
And he's 31. Like, I don't know.
Jeremy Fowler's...
I can hear putting him on the list, but there are a bunch of guys I would have over him.
Me saying Tyreek Hill's not on this list was actually a guess that he was, but me kind of saying at the same time. So I'm still perfect so far.
Well, you can't, but you've also ruled out staying perfect because you can't get Tyreek Hill right.
I got that right.
You haven't got one wrong yet, but there will come a time where you have 9 right, and then you're stuck.
All right, fair enough.
Because you'll know the 10th guy is
the other
eliminated.
best receivers in football. Is there a rookie on the list?
A rookie, as in someone who's played 1 year?
That would be a rookie. Yeah, sure. Sorry.
Like, well, because they
a rookie last year.
Now they wouldn't be.
Yeah, a rookie last year.
Yes.
Are there 2?
No.
Okay. The rookie on the list, is it going to be... Is Brian Thomas Jr. on that list?
He is not. He's an honorable mention.
Okay.
Quote, he'll be Brian Thomas Jr. He'll be on the list by next year. He can do it all.
Okay. I'll tell you who should be on that list. According to everybody, if you follow the world of receivers, Ladd McConkey should be on the list. But I bet instead it's Malik Neighbors.
Ladd McConkey was also receiving votes. Malik Neighbors is number 7 on this list.
By the way, last year's receiver class already has 4 guys in the top 15 of receivers in the NFL.
NFL personnel evaluator Neighbors, quote, he can go 0 to 60 in 3 seconds like a Ferrari, but he's built like a truck.
Yeah.
He does have a weird toe injury, though, that goes back to college, where he didn't practice at minicamp, I'll be very curious to see what they do with him at training camp. Because if we're getting weeks and months of, he can't really practice fully, I don't know. It's not this bad, but it reminded me of Watkins having nagging injuries at the beginning of his career.
The next two guesses I want to give you, these are the standard top 10 receiver guesses. A.J. Brown and Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Number 5 and number 6.
Okay, good. Good answers there.
Yep.
So I've got...
You're only missing number 8 and number 10.
8 and 10. Best receivers in football. I mean, Garrett Wilson could be on this list. He's really good.
Garrett Wilson is number 10.
Okay.
Just cracking the list. Highest ranking was 6th.
And number 8, the next best receiver in football, Puka should be on this list.
He is not. Honorable mention. He's the second listed honorable mention.
All right.
He looked like a top 10 receiver when he played the Bills last year.
I think he's one of the best receivers in football. All right. Who am I missing?
He might lose credit because of the McVay factor.
That might be right.
He gets schemed open.
I think a guy that could be in this list, but I don't think is Drake London.
Drake London is not only not on the list, he's not in the honorable mentions, and he's not even in the also receiving votes. I mean, Calvin Ridley is in the also receiving votes.
All right. I think Drake London's pretty good. Missing one more receiver that made the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of wide receiver big board guy am I if I'm not getting this?
I know. This guy's not even on your radar.
Cycling through the teams here. The Patriots, the Dolphins, Bills.
Jameson Williams also receiving votes.
Okay. I mean, DJ Moore? No.
Nope. Also receiving votes, DJ Moore. Also receiving votes, Devonta Smith, Ladd McConkey, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Jameson Williams, DJ Moore, Chris Godwin, George Pickens, Calvin Ridley, and Jalen Waddle. Who's voting half those guys in the top 10? Who's got Jalen Waddle as a top 10 receiver in the NFL right now?
He's one of 9 guys to go 3 1,000-yard seasons to start his career.
True. Who's got George Pickens? Like some of these guys, I don't know.
Yeah, right. Am I missing an obvious one that I just haven't got to because I haven't thought of the right team yet?
Yeah. You see, yes, when you see the logo, you're going to go, yes, that guy should be in the top 10.
All right, the logo is... Why do I do that? Why don't I just look at the logos instead of trying to remember them all at the same time? Kind of shuts down my brain to do that. All right, the next player is going to be...
Do you want me to read what was read about him?
Yeah.
NFL personnel director says the rare ability to be a legitimate number 1, good balance, skill set, size, speed, agility for his size, very good hands, competes.
Nico Collins.
Yes, Nico Collins.
Yeah, Nico's great. Nico's top 5. Nico,
they have him number 8. His highest ranking was number 4.
Okay. If you're doing this on who you'd want to have today, Nico Collins is ahead of Tyreek Hill. If it's a dynasty draft kind of thing.
Start your franchise today?
Yeah, way ahead. Nico Collins way ahead of Tyreek Hill.
He's ahead of Tyreek Hill. Is he ahead of CeeDee Lamb or A.J. Brown? Or Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Yes.
All of them?
Yeah.
Is he ahead of Neighbors?
Maybe. He's great.
Wow.
Anyway. And, these are some guys that play different positions. Like Collins is not playing the same position primarily as St. Brown.
The other honorable mentions, so these are the guys above the also receiving votes guys. Terry McLaurin, Puka, Brian Thomas Jr., DK Metcalf, T. Higgins, and Devontae Adams.
All right. Very good.
No Bills.
That's not surprising.
No, I know.
I think it would take a lot for Shakir to get that kind of recognition. I think it would take a lot. Because look at that list on slot guys. It is who?
Yeah.
It's JSN. It's
Lamb is a slot guy, but he is so good when he bumps outside that it's like he's a slot guy, but everybody knows he could be an outside guy if they wanted him to.
Right. There are guys that they put outside that they say, let's use you here.
You said St. Brown?
Mm-hmm.
He's a slot guy.
Primarily.
Is Garrett Wilson kind of that?
No.
Other than that, Jackson Smith and Jigba.
He's the main one. Yeah.
You're going down the list.
Yep.
Yeah. So he'd have to do what Jackson Smith and Jigba did. Well, which was what? What was that?
How many slot snaps did JSN get
last year?
Yeah. We had DK Metcalf out there, which he does not this year. Now he has Cooper Kupp on that team, which would be interesting to see what they do.
Last year he had 100 catches, 1,100 yards, and 6 touchdowns. Can Shakir do that?
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely?
Yeah.
100 catches and 1,100 yards?
Definitely.
That's a big jump from where he's already been.
You just have to throw it to him. I guess you're asking, there's a strange thing with the Bills where it's not, does this person have the ability to do it versus will the offense go through this player enough? And I think if they wanted to.
And also, is he so good that he will demand that?
Well, this is a thing about football that can be real. They paid him. Now, a little bit more about, we want to make sure we're getting our money's worth. Let's get that guy the ball. The Bills have three. Sure, everybody eats. We know that. But to validate a little bit, validate Kincaid, validate Coleman, and validate Shakir. Then there's a little bit to validate Palmer. They don't have a $30 million guy they have to feel that pressure on. But there are little
it's 15
politicky things in there. Like Shakir got paid. When a guy gets paid, don't you do this in fantasy? When a guy gets a contract, it's like, oh, they're going to make sure that guy gets the ball. That might tend to be at the higher end of the contract range.
Higher end. Because he didn't get a contract that different than Josh Palmer.
No, that's right.
By the way, JSN 83% in the slot last year.
Yeah, that's a big number.
Yeah.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Wasn't exactly trivia, but it kind of felt like trivia. Jeremy Fowler's top 10.
You did not get them all.
No, I did not. And it's not going to be the kind of thing that anybody's mad about that, right? Who's mad? The Eagles are out here saying that there's slander for Jalen Hurts being the 9th-rated quarterback. Is the 9th-rated receivers team coming out to say, what is this? Slander?
Eagles fans, I don't even think like A.J. Brown. Right? Because he reads.
He read a book.
He read a book, and during the playoffs where they eventually won the Super Bowl,
yes,
I believe there were calls
to cut him. To cut him because he read a book on the sideline. You got to cut that guy. You got to send a message.
Philly really deserves 2 championships?
No.
That's fine. They're fine.
They definitely don't.
They're passionate.
803-0550, our phone number. I'm reading an article from the creator about the creator of Full House.
Okay.
What kind of knowledge do you three have of the episodes of Full House?
Love Full House.
Yeah?
A good knowledge. It's been a long time, but I've definitely seen every episode twice.
Great. Okay, perfect.
But I probably haven't seen a single episode in 8 years, 10 years.
That's because, with streaming.
Yeah, what's it on?
Can you know what would be a $1 million idea? Give me a streaming service that offers the syndicated channel you don't know that you want to watch, but you would probably watch right now. Like, oh, look, Full House is on. I don't want to choose Full House.
You want TV Land provided on
I don't want to
Netflix?
go to my television and choose Full House. But if I see it's on, oh, you know what? All right. I'll get stuck here for 30 minutes.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, on Full House, there's an article here. The creator picked the worst episode they ever made. The one he hated the most.
That he hated the most?
Yeah, the one that he hated the most. And I didn't get that one. But his second choice is an iconic one that I was like, please don't say this one. Because it's a great one. So I'll see if how well you know Full House when we get back. 803-0550 on WGR. It is important always, like we are a full week away from training camp, and deadlines get people to talk. So a week from today, the Bills are at camp. What does that mean for TJ Sanders and second-round picks around the NFL? We'll see if when it gets time to, where the rubber meets the road on these contracts in the second round, or McLaurin, Hendrickson, who would sit out, TJ Watt. Like, right, you've got, it's not just the second-round picks, it's high-profile guys.
Yep.
James Cook, I mean, he's coming, we think, right? All indications are he's coming. He showed up to minicamp, so he didn't get fined. Could he hold in? That's possible. I don't think anybody kind of expects that. We've kind of got ourselves a very quiet build up to camp just by the fact that, Cook showed up to minicamp as was expected.
Yeah, he said he'd be there. He did not say he'd do things. They asked him point blank, and he kind of left that door open.
He kind of had two answers. The answer was, I'm going to do what I got to do,
Yep.
He's still going to work hard. He's going to stay in shape. Kind of like McLaurin, what he said right there. So we'll see.
I guess it would be weird if he's there and not doing things because, I know people in the league do it. It's been done. But
Chris Jones held in, right? Last year.
Yeah, Jamar Chase was he would go to practice and just stand around and watch and not do anything.
It's always worth remembering, in these moments, it seems like, oh no, what's going to happen? Most times what happens is a new deal gets done, especially for a great player.
Yeah.
Most of the time a new deal gets done. In the case of Cook, I think that's a little different, but I want a contract. Russell Wilson's going to threaten to play baseball. Isn't that this time of year where that kind of thing happens? So,
yep.
We'll see. We got some high-profile guys. Bills open up training camp a week from today. You just want to really quick in 1 minute tell me how many wins the Jets get just based on their schedule?
Sure.
All
yeah.
right. This is a team we don't know how good they are at all. They open how many wins they going to have? They open Steelers.
I'll give them they'll give them a loss.
Well, if they lose that game, they're in trouble. Because here's how it goes. Somehow, this is kind of funny. Maybe it's just because the Bills are good and we don't expect the Jets to be.
Yeah.
Here, New England, we found 10 wins, and it's not even that hard to find 10 wins.
Yeah.
Here's the Jets' opening schedule. Steelers, you went loss?
Yeah.
Okay. Bills.
Loss.
Bucks.
Loss.
Dolphins.
Where's the game?
Miami.
Loss.
0-4. Cowboys.
Loss.
Broncos.
Loss.
They're 0-6.
I did say a minute ago I think they'll be competitive this year. 0-6. Right.
Here we go. 0-6. Panthers.
Win.
You sure about that?
No, but I got to give them something.
Okay.
I got to give them something.
Bengals.
Loss.
Browns.
Win.
Patriots.
Loss.
Ravens.
Loss.
Falcons.
Give them a win. Give them a win against the Falcons.
Dolphins.
Win.
Jaguars.
Where's that game? Jaguar. Jacksonville.
Okay.
Jacksonville.
Saints.
Win.
Patriots.
Loss.
Bills.
Loss.
That's like 5-11. Or sorry,
5-12.
5-12.
I mean, maybe I don't think they're going to be that good this year. That might be good for them.
They really
that might be good for them.
Aren't they looking to
to
maybe be the drought Bills that started 0-8 and finished 4-12? Although but that's the thing. If they start 0-6,
they should
pile
it into a landfill.
That's right. It's a good. It's a good quarterback class. It's a good at the top. It's a good quarterback class. So,
and what's their backup situation
behind Fields?
Can they put somebody in that's kind of not going to... it's Tyrod. Might be better. It might be an improvement, honestly, over Fields.
Jeremy and Joe, give716.org to be a part of Give 716 Day. Bills to training camp a week from today for their first practice. The Full House creator said Tanner's Island, where they went to Hawaii, was the worst episode.
What? No.
And then his honorable mention was Dr. Dare.
Dr. Dare.
That's when Scott Baio shows up and Jesse wants to ride a motorcycle on top of a parking garage.
Okay.
I mean, come on. You have the Hawaii one top of mind. You don't have Dr. Dare?
The Hawaii one that was a good one.
He says it was terrible.
My favorite one's when they put the car on the roof. They put the principal's car on the roof. There's a lot of good ones.
803-0550, our number. Get to a break. Give 716 Day, give716.org. $25,000 matching donation from Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield coming up next hour as they look to continue to raise money for a bunch of local charities. You can be a part of it at the website. But as you laid all that out, it really kind of occurred to me how unbelievably important it is that Ed Oliver stays healthy. Right? Of all the players that could, other than Josh, that could get hurt, where it would be, season. I mean, Oliver's pretty high on the list. You just listed a bunch of maybes, a bunch of Options like, listen, there's probably a lot of guys on the defensive line. Somebody's going to be good. Somebody's going to pop up. Somebody's going to fit right in. But right now, again, it's a little cheat to say if they had to play a game this morning, it's Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones and Dwayne Carter. And if that's not Ed Oliver, who is definitely good, like he's good, and when he's great, he's great. No Oliver, I mean, who gets attention?
Yeah,
it's tough.
How often is he great?
He's great as often as most good defensive tackles are great, which is occasionally.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like him being, how many guys would I put above him on that sort of list? Like I can't afford to lose blank to injury. Ed Oliver, like right. The point about if they play a game this morning in the beginning of the season, I think that is true. But as the season goes on, what are the odds that he is going to be irreplaceable?
Their best defensive lineman. What are the odds he's their best defensive lineman?
I don't know that he is that right. I don't even know if he's been that.
If he's not the favorite, he's the co-favorite.
What is he really?
Who are the other candidates that would be the Bills' best?
Greg Rousseau.
And then who else ahead of him?
Joey Bosa.
Oh, okay, I mean that's a reach.
That's right.
We're guessing that guy can stay healthy.
I guess I'm just wondering.
Like Oliver gives you a floor, if I may. You know,
okay. Yes,
he gives you a decently high floor, and sometimes there's pop in there. But I mean that group is. Mm-hmm. We thought they were going to get a big space eater. They kind of didn't, other than Walker. But that's not really the profile for him. Anyway,
they've got 6 guys at that position. I guess is what I'm saying. That makes me think that as the season goes on, if they lose Ed Oliver, they'll be built to withstand that. The Bills reported to training camp yesterday. The rookies, reported to training camp yesterday. And defensive end Landon Jackson found himself on the physically unable to perform list with a minor injury. Shouldn't keep him out more than a week. Might even be ready by the start of the first practice in a week. So good news on that front. We don't know about TJ Sanders. A lot of the second-round rookies in the NFL are still unsigned, including Sanders, and not known whether or not he'll hold out like Trey Harris in LA and a couple other players that might do that as well. Elsewhere around the NFL, Sauce Gardner signs a big extension with the Jets, 4 years, $120 million. Also, in football, Trey Smith, offensive lineman of the Kansas City Chiefs, signs a 4-year, $94 million extension. He had to sign by yesterday because he was on the franchise tag, and yesterday was the deadline to sign a long-term extension. The NL wins the All-Star game. Took a home run swing off. Kyle Schwarber wins it for the NL with 3 home runs. Caitlin Clark gets injured in her WNBA game against the Sun last night. The Fever end up winning, and she could be out now for the WNBA All-Star game, which is this weekend. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. You could give today. It's Give 716 Day. 9 o'clock, the Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield Power Hour, $25,000 matching donation. You can donate at give716.org. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
We all agree Trey will be right? But technically he's still 1% wrong for being under contract. In my case, I'm 100% right, so it should be a no-brainer. Trey's case, I think it should be a no-brainer too. I mean, he led 17.5 sacks 2 years back-to-back. If I was the GM or I was the owner, take all my money. But I guess they don't operate like that.
Shamar Stewart, that's Bengals' first-round pick. He's not going to report. He's the first-round pick that's not signed. Got a lot of second-round picks not signed.
And I think he's now the only first-round pick that's unsigned.
Mm-hmm.
There was one more that's signed yesterday somewhere, so now it's just Stewart. Stewart and, Hendrickson, same position.
Yep.
For Cincinnati, both probably not showing up to training camp, I would guess.
Their rookies report later this week, Friday.
The Bengals?
Maybe even Saturday. Saturday, yeah.
Okay.
Bengals rookies report on Saturday. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Wednesday. It's hot.
It's very hot.
Very hot, very humid.
Real feel in the 90s again today.
Yeah.
And then hopefully it cools down a little bit going into the weekend.
High of 88 today. Maybe a thunderstorm later.
Will we get any more new NFL uniforms today?
Like surprise ones?
I feel like every day we're getting something recently.
A little bit. A surprise new Saints helmet. A surprise Bucks throwback.
Yes.
What team needs to go to its throwback right now?
On a full-time basis?
Or at least just introduce it for one. The Eagles go to the Kelly Green.
Okay.
The Seahawks have introduced that one.
Because Denver needs to do their throwbacks full-time.
Orange Crush.
Immediately.
Yes, those are very good.
They're so good. But they have that as an alternate.
Who else had a really good one that they could go back to?
Well, the best way to start this would be who needs a rebrand. Should New England go to the Pat the Patriot throwbacks? The red,
not the
AFL-looking uniforms?
Will they ever bring back the Elvis Patriot head? Like, they have it still.
I don't know what you mean.
It used to look more like an Elvis head. They used to have it on their jersey.
Like the current logo?
The current logo. The New England Patriots logo.
Okay.
That logo used to be on the arms, on the shoulders of an old set of jerseys they had. It was huge, and it looked a little different. Like, they tightened it up to look like what it looks like now.
Is this the logo? Or is this different?
That's different.
Okay, because I thought that might have been what you were talking about, and I've never seen that logo in my life.
You got to see the jersey. They had one that was striped and all these colors of blues.
Ooh, that's like Bledsoe late 90s era, right? I've seen that uniform.
Yes, it was a really kind of goofy one.
Yeah, I don't need them to go back to that. I'm saying
no.
Like the 60s throwback. Like what they're wearing when McKelvin fumbles.
Right.
Sorry to bring that up. for everybody.
Yeah,
But that's the game I think of for
Just trying
for
to live
those
here. It's just a
uniforms.
Wednesday, Joe. I'm trying to just live.
Yeah.
Bringing up the McAlvin fumble.
I mean, how many teams are already wearing what they originally wore? Like, the Colts wear what they originally wore.
Is the answer the Bills? I mean, the Bills' jerseys are too good to go away from.
I mean, the Texans should become the Oilers, but the Titans hold the cards on that. The Bills...
We're waiting for that red helmet.
The Bills have a good uniform right now, and I think more people than not probably prefer they don't change it on a permanent basis. So they've got it figured out. They were in a good spot. They should just never go away from what they are, but I don't know. I tend to like the 90s look a little better. A little better. I don't not like their current setup at all. The Jets kind of just did this, didn't they? Are the Jets wearing like what you would consider their throwbacks already?
Yeah.
Unless you want them to go back to the, what they had been wearing in the early 2000s, and then also what Namath is wearing, right, in the early 60s. So, yeah, like the Broncos come to mind for me, but everybody else. How about the Bengals? You think they need a new remodel?
They just did those white ones last year.
They are the most polarizing uniform, I think, in the league.
Yeah.
A lot of people hate their uniforms and think they are the cheesiest thing in the league. They also, that NFL uniforms account that's got like 200,000 followers ran like a bracket, and they won the best uniform combo.
I go back and forth. Every once in a while, I think they look really good, and then I think you actually have tiger stripes on your helmet. And I just go back and forth.
Yeah.
You
But
did
you don't
that.
think that's cool?
Can you imagine agreeing to do that today? And today, they introduced their uniforms and there's tiger stripes.
If they had not worn it before now and they introduced that, I think they would get mocked relentlessly.
Oh, it would be horrible.
Like, it would be if the Jaguars introduced like a Jaguar pattern.
Spots.
Yeah, on their helmet. Right. How would that get met?
Right.
If they decided to do that? Atlanta should go to the Dirty Birds full time. Red helmets, black logo, 100%. Miami kind of already wears their throwback.
Yep.
Yeah, everybody else is kind of already doing it. Who's really wearing something drastically different than what they came into the league with? I wouldn't say there's almost any team in the league.
Well, it's the Bucs, and they just introduced the throwback.
The Bucs.
The Bucs.
And then the Seahawks because they have their dark navy still as the full time.
Want to have a little fun with NFL over-unders? And by that I mean Bills. So here you go. BetOnline.ag, I just got an email here from PR Newswire about over-unders for the season. I had not seen these yet.
Okay.
Kincaid, Coleman, and Shakir. Over-unders on catches and yards.
For Kincaid, Coleman, and Shakir?
Yes. Let's do Shakir first.
All right.
Shakir's over-under on catches and yards is what? Would you put his over-under on catches?
I would say his over-under on catches is going to be 80.5.
76.5.
Okay. Last year he had 76 catches.
Okay. So his over-under is 76.5.
So basically, will he go up or down?
And his receiving yard over-under is what? What's the line for Khalil Shakir on receiving yards?
900.
775.
Wow. He had 821 last year on the same number of catches. They would expect that it's going to go down.
No, I was just trying to get people to bet on both sides. Although,
yeah, that's right.
Betting below that is, it's a low number. Keon Coleman.
He did have some big plays that he broke open last year.
Yeah.
That were 5-10-yard catches that he takes for 50. But I mean, that's him. You're going to expect he's going to have a couple of those. I think over the course of a season.
Keon Coleman receptions over under.
50.
47.5.
Okay.
Yards?
750.
725. Not that far behind Shakir.
Yep.
Dalton Kincaid on BetOnline's over-unders. On catches.
This one.
You just don't know what to do with
this. This would be the hardest one to guess. His Kincaid's over-under on catches. That's going to be 70.5.
55.5.
Wow. I think that means I should bet the over.
Yards?
What is 55?
55.
55. Yards is going to be, if it's 55, I mean 650. 650.
Dalton Kincaid's over-under on yards, 575.
If he has that season, that's bad. It's a bad season for him.
It would be right between the first two seasons he had.
If he has that season, we are talking like he's not getting the fifth-year option. right?
That's a good question. I don't know, because it gets to that rude question about, is it play or is it usage? If he's targeted a lot, is he on the field enough to get the fifth-year option?
Does it matter, though? Like, if he's good and they're not using him, I'm not paying him.
Well,
I'm going to pay him just to not use him?
What are the chances that decision is made in a post-Joe Brady world? That might matter.
Other good point.
I mean, if Brady leaves for another job, what does the new offensive coordinator think about what their future looks like?
Is he a 12 personnel guy? Does he like 11 personnel? You would expect, though, wouldn't you, that McDermott, if this is working in a big way, maybe they win the Super Bowl, and they are running their offense similarly to what they did last year, they're going to want to keep going with what's working, right? Like, they're going to hire a coordinator, I would guess, that is going to look like Joe Brady, is going to like run an offense that is similar to Joe Brady. If their offense is working, they're not going to bring in a guy that's going to completely redo what they run, are they? Like, they're not going to rehire Brian Dable.
It depends. I mean, the league shifts. They had an offense that worked, and they decided to go to 12 personnel before Dorsey got fired. Don't forget.
Well, maybe they saw the league shifting.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you could say they're not going to hire somebody different, but they had Dable and got his understudy to take the job and changed. So they could hire the next guy. If Brady has a great season, wins the Super Bowl, gets a job, it's the next guy is up, and then maybe that guy wants to change away from what they do. So, it's always evolving.
I think if Kincaid has a season like that, though, like, we are entering a period of where he's just not valued that highly. Like, he's maybe can still be an okay tight end for you, but not living up at all to being a first-round pick at a position where it's not that often that those guys go in the first round.
Yeah.
For that pick, you would want a higher standard than in year 3. I'm not getting to 60 catches or 600 yards, which, by the way, I guess higher on the catches. I would bet he does that. I would bet he clears both of those numbers. Like, those would be numbers I'd want to bet on that he'll clear, because he doesn't even have to have a great year and clear that. He could have his rookie season. That's not even getting to 100 targets, 73 catches and 673 yards and 2 touchdowns. I would not take any of that for him this year, and that's clearing all those overs.
That's pretty low. But it might be just a function of the offense, how everybody fits in. Anyway, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us if you'd like to. Joe's off the next couple days. Tomorrow we've got checking with Jerry Ostrowski, Chris Trapasso coming up later this week.
Nice. Did you see? Yeah, Trapasso tomorrow. Friday. Cool. I was reading him on Jordan Mason the other day.
Yeah,
he's got to quiet down on the Jordan Mason hype
because you're going to try and get him in fantasy.
I want that guy in every draft I have this year. He was like one of those yards above expectation, like top 5 backs in the league last year.
Right. But because he's in Shanahan's system, he doesn't get credit for it.
Correct, but he just got traded to Kevin O'Connell, which is almost the same, and then they paid him. And I know they have Aaron Jones there, but they traded for him and paid him.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, they value him. They're going to want to use him, and he's being drafted like a backup running back right now. Like, him versus Ray Davis.
Yep.
Very different, I think.
Mike on a cell. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, guys. The Kincaid situation, I just think that it's frustrating for me because I'm going to give you a perfect example. Not this past year, but the year before in the AFC game where we lost to the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
First drive of the game, Kincaid gets targeted 3 times, twice catches, both for first downs. The last drive of the game, he gets targeted 3 times, 3 catches, 2 of them for first downs. He didn't get targeted in between the first and the last drive of the game, and we were having problems moving the ball. The 2 times he gets targeted right off the bat, and at the end of the game, we move the ball up the field by using him. And it's almost like, I don't know if it's Brady, if it's Josh, but in the 6 targets that he had, he catches 5 balls, 4 for first downs, and he was the primary receiver on all of those. You could tell. I mean, it was look, read, boom, right to Kincaid. And I was screaming after that game, why didn't they use him through the middle of the game when they had problems moving the ball? And I just think that a lot of it has to do with Brady. He gets a little bit out ahead of himself. He wants to outsmart them. Well, I used him here, so I'm not going to use him anymore because it's going to open something else up instead of going with what's working and sticking with it. I just think Kincaid's got a huge upside this year. If he's healthy, I think the over on the catches and the over on the yards is a very good bet.
Thanks, Mike.
I just don't know that he's a player that I should need to scheme open. Shouldn't he be more, he's my second read every single play? And because who are the guys you want to scheme open? Those are the fast guys, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
The guys
yards
that have,
after catch guys. Guys that are great after the catch. You want to get them the ball so they can do what they do best.
Right, and maybe they have some limitation of getting the ball on their own.
That's a lot of Shakir. Like, Shakir got a lot of engineered touches.
Sure. And if I'm already doing that with one guy, I want to be doing that with Kincaid also. Like, he's the one I would want more than anybody to be out there demanding targets because he's just getting open constantly, because he's reading the defense right and he's sitting in an open spot or he's beating a linebacker one-on-one. So I wouldn't, if he goes 3 quarters without a target, for him, I would attribute that more to he wasn't getting open. Rather than if Shakir goes 3 quarters without a target, I might think, well, they weren't trying to work him the football.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to comment on the non-first and final drive of 2 playoff losses ago. Not to say the point is incorrect. I don't exactly have all that stuff committed to memory.
Yeah, I don't know.
That game, what do you remember about that game? A Diggs drop. A Jordan,
I remember the last drive.
A Jordan Poyer fumble into the end zone. What people forget about that final drive is Allen fumbling on the final drive for the Bills and Spencer Brown recovering it.
Yeah.
That would have been a narrative changer.
Yeah.
It would have been. You want to talk about one thing that recovery alone by Spencer Brown on that final drive, if Allen turns the ball over there instead, then the whole Josh Allen turns it over too much, too careless. Like, you think that had legs that it doesn't deserve? It would have had a lot of legs that it maybe still wouldn't deserve, but you'd have a play. That's a play that people forgot about.
And, of course, the Hamlin fake punt, which that one I don't think people forget about. Right. That one I think people remember.
Yeah.
Even though they got away with it because Poyer punched a ball out right after.
Yeah. They lost to Mahomes here, and they weren't even that good.
Who?
The Chiefs.
The Chiefs?
The Chiefs.
The Chiefs were not good.
2 years in a row. Anyway, if it's another year of this, I mean, I can't think about it.
All right, you're not numb to it at this point?
No.
If it just happens again, it happens again. What's another one? It's the same thing.
It's terrible is what it is. It's bad for the league. The league should fix it for somebody else.
Fix it for somebody else?
No, I don't think they fix it. And I don't think they should. It's just the Chiefs continuing to do what they do is bad. It's not good for the league. I think it's, I know we hear dynasties are great and ratings and Taylor Swift being there. Like, that's all well and good. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's just bad. Boring. Then again, the Super Bowl did deliver.
Oh, it was fantastic.
It was very
smoked.
It was very WWE in the way the season ended. Like, oh, the guy that's so annoying is there again. He wins all the time. Oh no, and then party watching that guy lose.
It was. I had a friend who was adamant. I'm not watching that Super Bowl, and he did not watch that Super Bowl. But I texted him during, I don't remember, second or third quarter. I'm like, you should put this game on.
You got to put this on.
And he ended up putting the game on. It was probably the only way he would have ended up putting that game on, but he did.
I was sick in bed, in and out of consciousness. And every time I was asleep, sick, and then I would wake up in bed and look at oh man, maybe I should stay awake and watch this. This is pretty good.
You had the flu or something?
I had a 24-hour, whatever it was. I just got sick that day. And by the time the game was over, maybe that's what healed me.
Was it so bad that if the Bills had been playing that game, you wouldn't have had it in you to fight through it?
Oh, no, I would have done that.
You would have fought through it?
But there's a non-zero chance that a good remedy for people that have a 24-hour illness or some sort of stomach bug, if you show the Chiefs getting bodied, maybe that's what makes you better.
That would heal you
yeah.
that quickly?
You go to the doctor's like, listen, I could give you an antibiotic, but I think what you really need to do is to watch the Chiefs lose by 1 million.
Yeah. The old saying, laughter is the best medicine, is actually the Chiefs getting pummeled is the best medicine.
His body is responding. The treatment. We're just showing Mahomes throwing a pick six, and look at his numbers.
And then Gene Steratore comes on the television, and then it instantly reverts back.
Did I give you my 5-minute review of the 3-on-3 basketball league yet?
No, you did not.
I watched the big 3-on-3 basketball. By I mean, it was on in the background because the golf ended early last week because it's the Genesis Scottish Open.
Yep.
So I watched 2 games of the big 3 basketball. First off, one team's name was the DMV Trilogy. The DMV.
Okay.
I don't know where they're from. But their name
I don't know if they even have locations, really. Do they?
They do.
They do?
Because there's the Boston Ball Hogs.
Okay.
The DMV Trilogy is for Maryland. District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia. The DMV Trilogy is a team name. I watched the DMV Trilogy. And another team, Boston Ball Hogs. There's a team named, it's kind of one of these ones where I'm like, okay, the LA Riot.
Really?
That's the name of the team.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I had the same reaction.
Wow.
Interesting. Do you know
Bold choice.
Do you know why the 3-on-3 league will never work?
Why?
Here I'm going to be the guy that says something will never work.
Isn't because everybody in the league is old?
No, that's not it. It's because 3-on-3 half-court basketball to watch on television stinks.
Yeah?
Yeah. It stinks. There's no fast breaks.
Right.
There's no transition. It's make it, take it out of bounds.
Mm-hmm.
There are 3 spots on the court where there are 4-point shots.
Yeah.
It is a series of 3 players playing one-on-one.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad.
It's I mean,
bad.
You don't like the one-on-one element of it?
Oh, it's real bad. Really, really bad.
Do you feel like it'd be better live?
No.
It's
half court. It's half court 3-on-3
that's
basketball. And all you get is guys chucking up a million terrible shots.
Uh-huh.
What happens in an actual game of pickup when you play because they play to 50.
Yeah.
So it's 47-44. Do you know what happens for the next 3 minutes of your life? Guys launching 20-foot bombs to try and ice the game. Everybody wants to hit the game-winning shot. You're not playing a clock. You're not playing some...
Like, there's no team element of it is kind of what you're saying.
I mean,
like,
there's a team.
Are there
They're
plays?
playing on a team.
Does it feel like there's plays?
No. And, of course, when you get a league like that, you get commentators and a level of rules analysis. 30 seconds into the first game, it was about how this team can't afford to get behind. They're not built to play from behind. It's 3-on-3 basketball playing to 50. And Brian Scalabrini's on the broadcast.
All right.
Whatever. It was Reggie Theus, who was formerly, was he on Hang Time? That show Hang Time? Is that Reggie Theus?
I don't know if I know who Reggie Theus is.
I think Reggie Theus had a show once.
Yeah, I don't know.
The 3-on-3 basketball. If you find your way to it, enjoy it. It was tough.
Not for you.
It was a tough watch. I mean, I love playing 3-on-3 basketball.
Right, and for that you would need it to be half court.
Right. Have been in a bunch of tournaments like back in college and post.
I mean, it's an Olympic sport now too.
Sure, it is not a good watch on the.
Did you watch it at the Olympics?
No.
It wasn't great at the Olympics.
I don't think it's great for that. All right, 803-0550 here on WGR.
Yeah, this isn't just a big deal. This is reparations. I cover the Jets, and I cover them closely. This man has been through a lot. He's been a 1,000-yard receiver ever since he stepped into New York and playing for the New York Jets. But you talk about the multitude of coaches, different quarterbacks. You talk about systems where he pretty much was the main guy to being the number 2 option. I watched this guy at the end of pressers, man, and you slowly saw the life drain from his eyes. But he never complained. He never pointed the finger. He showed up every Sunday and gave it his best. I love Garrett Wilson, and I love him as a Jet.
Willie Colon on Garrett Wilson, who signs a big extension earlier in the week with the Jets. And then today, you had this executives, coaches, scouts poll that ESPN's been running, and they ranked Wilson as the 10th best receiver in football. The problem for Garrett Wilson is he probably is not going to see the big numbers this year again. He just doesn't have the quarterback. I mean, through 3 years, 1,100 yards, 1,000 yards, and 1,100 yards, with 147, 168, and 154 targets. Like, he's getting the ball thrown his way, and he's playing excellent, but he just hasn't had that quarterback. And Justin Fields is a low volume passer. The one thing that Wilson could have, though, is such a high percentage of what the Jets do offensively that he ends up getting there anyway. To be like, this is a guy to wonder about in fantasy. Like, he's amazing. In fantasy, you probably don't love him because you're not trustworthy of the offense. It is worth pointing out, though, 2 years ago in Chicago, Justin Fields only threw for 2,500 yards. He started 13 games. He threw 2,500 yards. His backup threw another 800, Bajan. So 3,000 total for the team. And DJ Moore still found his way to a 1,300-yard season. So still did get there. We talked about the Jets a little bit earlier. I kind of want to buy them. I want to buy into they're on the right path. I like the coach they hired. And even Fields. He's the ultimate test of how valuable is rushing in the NFL. Because for a quarterback, he gives you nothing in terms of processing the game and going through his reads and making the right decisions on who to throw the ball to. If you don't tell him before the snap who to throw it to, you're probably not getting a very good result. Or he's going to take off and run. And he's been able to do that. He's had a 1,000-yard season running the ball. So, I like him enough to think they could be competitive, but we went through their schedule earlier, and I don't see it. Not with the opponents that they have to face. Speaking of the AFC East and of ESPN, they have their receiver ranking today, and then also Don Van Natta of ESPN has a story about Bill Belichick. And he is responding, firing back, if you will, at Robert Kraft. It is interesting that in the post-Brady Belichick era in New England, all the years of, who really is more, who's more to do with the dynasty? Who should get more credit, Brady or Belichick? I mean, that was a July sports debate for years. And that ends with the Patriots, and there is no retroactive debating Brady versus Belichick. And it's all Kraft versus Belichick. But it's those two that are doing it themselves. It's not, random radio guy having the conversation who's more to do with the dynasty. It's Kraft saying it, and then it's Belichick responding. Kraft, with his Apple documentary and other comments that he has made, very clearly wants it to be known that he was running the show, that he should get a lot of the credit. And he is not in the Hall of Fame, I don't believe. No, he's not, because he wants to be in the Hall of Fame, but he's not. And he's saying these things about Belichick, So the other day he's on Julian Edelman's podcast, and he's talking about how big a risk he took in hiring Belichick in like pretty critical terms. Like not really willing to give Belichick a lot of credit. Kraft said, quote, "I gave up a number 1 draft pick for a coach that had won a little over 40% of his games to get him out. I think Bill Belichick coming to New England in 1999 was a big risk, and I got hammered in the Boston area, but he was here for 24 years, and we did okay." So he's kind of right there. He's saying, yeah, Bill wasn't a great coach when I hired him. 40% of his games he won. I brought him here, and I made him into Bill. Like, it's kind of the vibe he's giving off. Belichick, who is often not participating in things like this, through Don Van Natta, is saying, no, you didn't take the risk. I took the risk. Belichick saying, quote, "As I told," even the way some of this is being put, like those two cannot be friendly right now. Belichick, quote, "As I told Robert multiple times through the years, I took a big risk by taking the New England Patriots head coaching job. I already had an opportunity to be a head coach of the New York Jets. I had been warned by multiple previous Patriots coaches, as well as other members of other NFL organizations and the media, that the New England job was going to come with many internal obstacles." That's Belichick responding to Kraft. All of it is like whatever, right? All of it is like just two old men fighting at the end of it on who should get the credit. I do kind of enjoy it too. If you hated the Patriots growing up, to see them, I don't know if they hate each other, but the infighting, like none of them are really, I guess Brady is on good terms with everybody involved, but at the end here, like it was a messy divorce. It was a messy end to it all. That conversation about Brady and Belichick, who was more to do with the dynasty, I wonder if that is ever going to be a Chiefs conversation. It became one for the Patriots. I don't even know why it really became one for the Patriots, just because they were the best two at their positions, the best coach ever by many account, not by mine, and Brady the best quarterback ever by many. So it's inevitable you're going to debate who's more, who was better. Will that ever happen for Kansas City? Maybe it's too early in it, or is it not? Is it that, what do I have to wait to get to the 5th Super Bowl before that becomes a talking point? Does Reed have to retire? Because I don't hear that about Kansas City.
I wonder how quick, if Mahomes continues to be subpar the way that he is, how quick that happens to them.
You think that might accelerate it? That's a good point.
Right, because when Brady was never
down.
Bad.
He was never down.
And Mahomes hasn't been bad, but he's not been what he's sort of brought in. Like, he's not what everybody's thought of him as these last 2 years. And so I wonder how quick people will turn on that and realize and maybe think, were we fooled a little bit by Reed? And like, Mahomes is good, but he's not Brady. Like, I don't know that that's the case, but I think the more time we spend with Mahomes being where he's at with his game right now, I think the more people will trickle their way over to that thought process.
Yeah, that might be right. Like, did Brady ever have, I'm looking right now,
like just whatever year other than the injuries?
Tom Brady, looking out through his career, like, did he ever have 2 seasons as mid as Mahomes just had? Let's just use passer rating just for sake of it. 92.6 and 93.5. Did Brady ever have 2 seasons below that? From 2009 to... They're mixed in here. Never back-to-back, really. But early in his career, he didn't necessarily have the big numbers. Once he takes that step, once he goes nuclear in 2007, though, like,
Right. From then on, it's kind of
2013. He's at 87. That's kind of a mid-year, maybe you could argue. You go a little bit further. I'm at 2019 then, and he's 42
right
at that point, and then the bounce back in Tampa. So, right, you never really had the 2-year period like that. And also, any of those Brady years where he was down a little bit, 2013, this was true. 2019, they lose in the wild card round, right? To the Titans. All of those years where Brady's down, they don't win.
Exactly.
And these last 2 years with Mahomes not putting up the same type of production, they win anyway.
That's what I was going to ask. Is what was the record for the Patriots in those years where he struggled?
Like, they were great. They were 12-4,
right? But they weren't
and won the division
15-2.
No, and they also didn't go far in the playoffs those years. Like 2013, they lose in the second round, divisional round of the playoffs.
I think that's I'd be keeping an eye on that as soon as this year. If Mahomes comes out and does a similar song and dance of like, I'll win us games, but I'm not going to dominate the way that I have. I would not be surprised to start seeing people go like, is Andy Reid maybe a little more responsible for this than you think?
I'm almost already there. I might be ready to take up that flag. Listen, Mahomes is unbelievable. I did put a poll up early in the week. Is he overrated? And I think he's one of the, three best talents at the position ever.
Yeah.
But the big difference between Reid and Belichick for me, it really is, what did you do without the guy? What did you do without your kingpin quarterback?
Right.
Because Belichick, as I guess Robert Kraft is even willing to point out, without Tom Brady, Belichick had a losing record and a lower win percentage than like Joe Philbin and Rex Ryan.
Right.
Like bad coaches. Andy Reid, without Mahomes, did not win a Super Bowl, but wasn't every Andy Reid team good before Mahomes showed up, except for like 2?
Yeah.
Over the course of 20 years? It's like 2 bad Andy Reid teams. He was constantly in the playoffs, constantly in conference championship games, made it to the Super Bowl with, Donovan McNabb was pretty good.
Right.
Alex Smith was okay. Reid doing so well before Mahomes showed up, even though he didn't win. It's not to take all credit away from Mahomes. This is why if you're comparing all these guys together, like if you ask me right now, I think Andy Reid's the best coach of all time. I'd at least put him above Belichick.
Right.
You want to throw Joe Gibbs at me or like Lombardi, whatever, like we can go down that road. But if I'm comparing him to Belichick, I think Andy Reid's better.
Right.
I think he's done more without his guy. I think he's the level of success by year at least. He hasn't done it for as long.
Consistency.
With his top quarterback. It's been on par with what New England did in their first 6-7 years together. So do I want to carry the flag of, because I want to do Mahomes' system quarterback.
No,
there was a little of that for Brady.
Yeah,
and it was always a joke. So I don't want to do that. But I might,
Yeah,
I want to give Reid more credit than I think even Belichick would have gotten.
I like it.
But how aggressively do I want to put it? I haven't decided yet.
Yeah, we'll workshop.
But we will workshop it. It's still July 16th. We've got time.
Exactly.
803-0550, the phone number. Extendo Sports coming back here, and we'll get you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR.
It is important always, like we are a full week away from training camp, and deadlines get people to talk. So a week from today, the Bills are at camp. What does that mean for TJ Sanders and second-round picks around the NFL? We'll see if when it gets time to, where the rubber meets the road on these contracts in the second round, or McLaurin, Hendrickson, who would sit out, TJ Watt. Like, right, you've got, it's not just the second-round picks, it's high-profile guys.
Yep.
James Cook, I mean, he's coming, we think, right? All indications are he's coming. He showed up to minicamp, so he didn't get fined. Could he hold in? That's possible. I don't think anybody kind of expects that. We've kind of got ourselves a very quiet build-up to camp just by the fact that Cook showed up to minicamp as was expected.
Yeah, he said he'd be there. He did not say he'd do things. They asked him point blank, and he kind of left that door open.
He kind of had two answers. The answer was, I'm going to do what I got to do,
Yep.
He's still going to work hard. He's going to stay in shape. Kind of like McLaurin, what he said right there. So we'll see.
I guess it would be weird if he's there and not doing things because, I know people in the league do it. It's been done. But
now, Chris Jones held in, right, last year.
Yeah, Jamar Chase was he would go to practice and just stand around and watch and not do anything.
It's always worth remembering, in these moments, it seems like, oh, no, what's going to happen? Most times what happens is a new deal gets done, especially for a great player.
Yeah.
Most of the time a new deal gets done. In the case of Cook, I think that's a little different, but I want a contract. Russell Wilson's going to threaten to play baseball. Isn't that this time of year where that kind of thing happens? So,
yep.
We'll see. We got some high-profile guys. Bills open up training camp a week from today. Is the defense going to be good? NFL.com's Gennaro Felice just posted a piece this morning predicting the NFL's top 10 defenses.
Mm-hmm.
Top 10. And then listed who he thought would be the top defenses. You might not be surprised to find Philadelphia there.
Yep.
Baltimore's near the top. New England is in the top 10. The Bills are.
Okay.
Yeah, the Bills are not. They are honorable mention, finger quotes, just missed. He lists a couple teams that just missed. They did not make the top 10. Pittsburgh's in the top 10. Minnesota's in the top 10.
Okay.
I didn't memorize all of them, but, click a link and look for the Bills. That's a game this time of year in ranking season.
Yeah. Can I cheat a little bit and say I expect them to be a top 10 defense because I think their schedule is kind of weak? That's not the number one reason, but it's part of it.
Yeah.
Remember that year 3 years ago? Was it 3 years ago? 2021? Was it 2021, 2022, where the Bills played no quarterbacks the whole year, and they finished number 2 in the league in defense?
Mm-hmm.
This year, it's a little tougher because they do still play. They play Lamar Jackson. They play Jalen Hurts.
But we think they have 5 tough games.
How many offenses do they play that I'm really afraid they can't stop? Week 1,
Baltimore,
Kansas
City, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, and
the next team I'd get to is
Atlanta, Tampa,
and those are good those are good offenses, but not that imposing, not that intimidating.
Yeah.
So that's kind of it. And they play some bad ones. They play Tyler Shuck along the way. All right, earlier on the show, I mentioned just offhand, I bet the NHL has 90% of the GMs in sports that are running their former team. You guys looked it up?
Yes, we did. We went down quite the rabbit hole, too.
We did. We went and we decided let's do all 4 major leagues. So NHL, MLB, NBA, and NFL. I did NHL and NFL. Josh had the MLB and the NBA.
And I mistakenly did managers because for some reason in baseball they're called managers, not head coaches.
Right.
So that was wrong. But managers, as in general managers in baseball, only 3%.
3%.
Only 2 of them have ever played in baseball. In the major leagues.
At baseball at all?
In the major leagues.
Okay, gotcha.
2 of them. The one guy that has played for his team that he now manages was Chris Getz. He was actually drafted by the White Sox in the 6th round and played for them for 1 season.
And that's the only guy?
That's the only guy in the entire sport
that
has played for the team he now manages.
Okay.
Similarly, in the NFL, we have one true played for their team and now GMs their team with the Carolina Panthers and Dan Morgan. Linebacker for the Panthers, now GM. However, Ryan Poles was signed by the Bears, but never played for the Bears.
Doesn't count.
Immediately went into like scouting data sort of stuff. But that was an interesting tidbit.
Okay.
Obviously, the NHL, the one that we had been talking about as being like everybody seems like they've played. It was close to 90% of the guys had played in the NHL. And then for the team that they currently manage, 7 of the 32 guys, so 22% roughly, of NHL managers played for the team that they manage now.
Gotcha.
Which is crazy.
In the NBA, it is roughly 10%. 3 of the guys have played for their team, but only 4 guys ever played in the league. Another one where it's like nobody played in the league, but they're all managers.
So wait, 4 guys played in the NBA?
Yes.
How many played in Major League Baseball? 1?
2.
2. And how many played in the NFL?
1.
NFL players, I did not get the how many total that played in the league, but just for their team, it was just 1, Dan Morgan.
Okay. And you've got that in the NHL? How many played?
Yeah, it was 26.
26 played in the NHL.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to want to find that NFL number because this is really good because it's not that far off. It's end up being like 65, 70% of GMs that played for their team in all of sports are in the NHL. It's not quite 90, but it's pretty high.
It's really close. It's crazy.
I'm now stumbling onto, though, what I think might be the more interesting number, which is just former players at all.
Yeah.
As GMs, 6 between baseball and basketball. We'll look up the NFL number, but the NHL being 26.
Yeah, it's crazy.
26 out of 32? And who's winning the cup?
Right.
The guy that didn't play.
Yeah. It's
former
wild.
agent in Florida.
I found it also
Crazy.
interesting because it's so like different sports are so data driven, and so I think you get more in like baseball. There's less guys that played because it's so analytical now and so focused on the numbers, and so you get those guys that are more.
Yeah.
Maybe they went to college for analytics instead of playing AAA ball somewhere. So I found that really interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking just doing a quick. I'm gonna look through these in a second. I'm betting just by looking offhand, there are maybe 4 in the NFL that played.
Yeah, it was a higher number just in the ones that I saw.
But it's not much.
But it wasn't anywhere close to the NHL number.
No, it's not much higher. Did Jerry Jones play in the NFL? I don't think so.
I said
Owen made that same joke.
Be funny if he did. All right, that's it for us. Stay tuned. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is on the way. I'm off the next 2 days, but I'll be back Monday. Stay tuned for the Extra Point Show, and then Jeremy back tomorrow. And Chris Trapasso will join him on Friday, so that'll be cool to listen to. Have a good weekend, and enjoy the next couple of days, and I'll talk to you Monday.
Good morning, everybody. Happy
What's up?
Wednesday. It was very hot outside. It was very hot right away. It's beautiful though.
Can we
It's beautiful outside.
I'm gonna say something that like might irritate people.
It's the high today.
I'm a sicko. The high is too high.
87 at least. That's what I've got.
Okay, that's still not that high, but also at the same time, can we stop?
Friday's your window. 77 and sunny is the high.
Okay, cool.
That's your window right there. That's
Can
pretty good.
Can we stop pretending that summer is the best season?
I'm not there yet. I'm still there.
Can we stop pretending?
I'm still there. I can't move off it. I'm still there. Can't do it.
And by we, I mean you are definitely the outsider of this workplace.
Yeah, I know. I'll fight that battle. That's fine.
You don't have to keep going. It's okay. Just join us.
It's elite though.
It's not.
You can go to the beach. It's all